Hello, and welcome to day 4 of my Dawntrail playthrough. This track has a long outro, it allows me to get this in now. Anyway, we have one side quest and one side quest chain to be getting on with. Let me just pull all the chat windows up on top of my media player so I can see them properly. Before we get back to the main story quest, again, not being particularly busy between episodes. We've got, I'm on the right class, yes. Got an additional level in Ninja. Scholar, we haven't caught up with Viper again yet, but that's fine. Viper's currently 2 levels ahead of the MSQ, so we don't need to worry about that. Irrelevant stuff, I've upgraded my gear for my healers, and that was magic. These need to go on my retainers at the first opportunity I get, so that I can continue to level them. But yes... let me get a squadron rationing manual active. Get some food in our Warrior of Light's belly. Give it an hour and a half of each, I think, roughly. And let's see what this guy wants. Gahulu is eager to lighten things up around here. Hail, visitor. Care to partake in our customary ritual or rituals? Fret not. For your part is to be played, or for your part to be played is a simple one. You see, the illuminations here in Warlord's Echo make use of glowstones, a rare and precious mineral found only through mining. On occasion, we offer up prayers in hopes that their lights remain strong and bright. First, I would ask you to raise a hand to the saltwater jar and pray for the light, or pray for light everlasting. Strange though it may seem, I assure you it is a necessary step in our ritual. Now, great warrior, slayer of Valigarmanda, open your heart and focus. And it doesn't actually want us to run an emote, it just wants us to interact with it. It appears your feelings were heard loud and clear. Let us proceed to the next step. Now that the salt water is received of your prayers, you merely need to sprinkle it upon the glowstones scattered around the village and the ritual will be complete. Okay. I am curious as to how, or whether or not the quest chain that we're going to be doing after this will then intersect with the one we did earlier on this map. Which again would make sense because I'm fairly sure one of these 2 tribes is another Beast Tribe quest. Sorry, Allied Society quest. They've changed the name of it twice. It's not been Beast Tribe for a while, it's been Allied Tribe, hasn't it? But now it's Allied Society, presumably because can't very well call the Pello beasts. Much less the dwarves, actually. Can't really call the dwarves beasts either. I've just realised I never put the volume back up. Better to realise that now than to get into a voiced cutscene with it still low, although we can now change it. I don't know the specific text commands for it. And I'd waste half my time, or half the time of the cutscene, trying to figure out the text commands. What I'll probably just do is boost the voice temporarily, not the voice, game volume temporarily in OBS if that had been the case, but we noticed. I see you have successfully completed the ritual, and for that you have my thanks. Likewise, my fellow Yak T'el will be glad to know that an outsider has shared in our culture. When mining the peak for glowstone, we occasionally discover shellfish fossils. Some have wondered if perhaps this tall mountain was once submerged beneath the waves many long lifetimes ago. The stone's radiance is a reflection of their joy, shining all the brighter when offered water that the salt of the sea, or smells of the sea. Or so the story goes. Thus was our little tradition born. Knowing that it is the will of a great warrior that now illuminates our humble village, the spirits are sure to be lightened as well. Sufficient to say, we are fortunate indeed to have you, that you were willing to join in our prayers with an open heart. May the light of the glowstones ever guide your steps. I think we've already been given the MSQ Ether Shard. Ether Current. Mufulu regards you with a mixture of reverence and uncertainty. Great and mighty Nathan, I have heard tales of your victory over Valigarmanda. You protected our land, and for that, Mufulu expresses my deepest gratitude. I only wish that I could have seen the battle with my own eyes. As a warrior of the Yaku, I can't fathom how one of your diminutive stature laid low the fearsome Skyruin. Thus do I ask if you would demonstrate your martial prowess. Thank you for this honour. Of late, hulking monsters have been sighted south of the Shades of Grief, endangering all who travel along the road. I bid you snuff out this threat, that I might see for myself how you subdued your foes. I shall go there now. Join me when you are prepared. Interesting. This would lead to the theory that the giants are going to be the combat beast tribe. Potentially. The Hano may be the crafters, so who ends up the gatherers? I forget which group is supposed to be the third one. The thing is, I thought the giants and the Pelo were both individual tribes. I mean, they may be. And they may be interlinked with each other. Glad I am to see you did not lose your way. As for this one, it made the mistake of picking a fight with me. There was another, but unlike its comrades, it had the good sense to flee. Not far, however. It stalks us from the shadows, yet thirsty for blood. These beasts are formidable indeed, possessing the strength equal of their keen senses. I would have you hunt down the one that remains. Follow its tracks southwest. Doubtless it will reveal itself to what it sees as a smaller, less challenging foe. And I should have gone the other way around the crater. This is usually the way of things. Yep, they're still back over here. Let's mind the tree. Impressive, Nathan. Not once did you falter before the tower in Pen. Quick to react and adapt you were indeed. Yes, I have seen all that I need to see. Now that the threat is no more, let us return to Warlor's Echo. I wonder where this chain's going. All of the previous ones were kind of obvious as to where it was going. This one I'm not so sure. This has been an enlightening experience for me. Not often am I granted the chance to witness a warrior whose skills far surpass my own. For years I have served as guardian of the Creosaur, the Gracious, watching over the seal placed upon Valigarmanda. I would have aided in the feat of ice, too, had the Sunroom not rendered our plans meaningless. You see, it is the duty of the Temple Guardians to drive off the dangerous creatures down in Valigarmanda, drawn to Valigarmanda's energies. At times, it was all we could do to shield the frozen Vidral from swarms upon swarms of beasts. But now that Valigarmanda has been laid low, we Guardians have nothing left to guard. Of course, this is cause for celebration. Utrupachi, nay, all of Toral, need no longer fear the Skyrune's destruction. And yet, a part of me feels otherwise. Deprived of purpose, I relinquished my position. Mabujuk Jar Jar has a lot to answer for. Personally, I wouldn't mind if someone made my job unnecessary, I mean fair. But no, we'll go for the middle one. No one else is to blame for my feelings of inadequacy. It is something I must work to overcome. At any rate, I thought seeing you in action might move me to seek my next passion, or at the very least, provide inspiration for a new combat technique. But given your squishy, hairless body, I remained skeptical until I observed your power first hand. I would also be remiss not to praise your economy of movement, always thinking ahead and looking for the shortest route to victory. What calling has led you to develop such commendable skills? Saving the world multiple times. Ah, so you're an adventurer. Does that mean your life's purpose is the pursuit of adventure? How intriguing. Alas, much as I would love to hear your many tales, I will not keep you. When next you have a moment, however, it would be my honour to speak with you at length. We've got time. We've allocated the initial part of this stream to dealing with your problems. We can now fly, and we will actually get some use out of it this time around. Mufulu is interested to learn more about the adventurer's trade. Yeah, almost certainly this means that the giants are going to become our combat allied society. Well met, Nathan. I am honoured that you would return to speak to me again. Would you tell me more of your life as an adventurer? I help people in need. I go where I want and play by ear. You could say I'm a jack of all trades. I mean, technically true, but we help the people in need is what an adventurer does. I see. So you travel far and wide, aiding others in myriad ways, and in so doing, earn your keep. I know of someone that might benefit from such assistance, a craftsman in urgent need of a particular material. The site replete with this resource are overrun by fiery fiends, and those ill-equipped to defend themselves dare not brave them. Surely even I could be of some use in that regard. But how would a true adventurer present themselves to a potential client? Again, I must request a demonstration, provided you are willing and able. Be happy to. I am much obliged, Nathan. The craftsman of whom I speak plies his trade in the southeast of our village. Let's pray he'll be amenable. That's still wrong. Amenable to an arrangement. Got it on the third attempt. Amenable. Amenable? Amenable? Which one's technically correct and which one is good enough? One of them is right. So this is the adventurer showing my old friends the ropes, eh? If you're willing to go fetch me materials, I'll be more than happy to pay for them. What I need is And now you're obsidian. The more, the better. To be clear, this is my trial to undertake. You only need point me in the right direction, and I shall do the rest. Once you are ready to proceed, meet me at Norgorn. I jumped in the air, half expecting to fall to the ground, even though we had already hopped and started flying a few seconds previously. I was looking down at my landing spot and then didn't descend and realised, oh yes, we can fly now. I shall dutifully observe your every act. Once you have gathered a few pieces of obsidian, would you show me or show them to me? Okay, so there's 3 pieces around here. Are there any in the crater? There's 1 in the crater. And where's the last one? In the crater, it must be over there. Oh, miles off, it's over here. I am really bad at judging the circles on the map that tell you the area in which things are in. Have you managed to find the obsidian? Historically, the Yak have used this glossy black ore to craft weapons and, in modern times, accessories. How captivating the ebony luster. How captivating its ebon lusty. Lusty? Jesus Christ. We've only just started and I'm flubbing the words this badly. We'll try it one more time after another sip of tea. How captivating its ebon luster. These pieces are of superior quality. From watching you, I have learned the most importance of carefully inspecting one's surrounding. Now it's time for me to put your teachings to the proof. In the meantime, I ask that you return to Warlord's Echo and let our client know I have matters well in hand. Welcome back. Judging from Mofulu's conspicuous absence, I presume he no longer needs you to your direct supervision. You may not know this, but Nayur's obsidian is of historical importance to the Yak. When our people still ruled the continent, it was valued for its for the ease with which it could be knapped into razor-sharp weaponry, arrows, daggers, and the like. While it was our size and strength that enabled us to dominate other peoples of Tural, tools like these were indispensable as well. How ironic that once we had subjugated the so-called lesser races, we would so readily avail ourselves of their metalworks instead. Thus was obsidian weaponry rendered a relic of the past, and the material relegated to accoutrement, for which our village is now known. Forgive the interruption, but I have returned. I hope this will be enough for your purposes. You hope? This is a tremendous amount, and all of exceptional quality, no less. You've brought me a supply that will last for many moons to come. Please, accept this payment as your reward. I've added a little extra as a token of my gratitude. Divide it as you see fit. You have my deepest thanks. Perhaps I was too enthusiastic in my efforts. While he did seem appreciative, I realise now it was far more than the craftsman's working alone could possibly require. As I doubt he will have need of my service for the foreseeable future, I must seek out other clients if I am to make a living. Yet I am hard pressed to think of any prospects in the village. But of course, this is not why you travel. Well, this is why you travel, to meet new people and find new opportunities. Then let us move on. This experience too has been enlightening, and besides, I still need to give you your share. Nathan, it has been a delight to learn your trade from you. Rewarding, too, to discover that the mere gathering of stones can be enough to spark joy in others. After today, I can say that aiding others has given me a newfound sense of fulfillment. Alas, opportunities to do so will be lacking here in Warlord's Echo. After I've had some time to put my thoughts in order, I would be honoured if you would advise me on my next course of action. Probably head down and see if the Palo need help with anything. Mufulu has been thinking long and hard about how he may best serve others. Greetings, Nathan. I seek a new venture through which I may use my martial prowess to aid others, but the fact remains that I am unlikely to find one in this village. It seems I have no choice but to beg out the boon of your wisdom once more. Have you any ideas? Perhaps you could look for work as bodyguard. Just try asking around in another village. Their closest neighbours are the Pelo of Wachun Pelo? Yes, perhaps this little one would need the little ones would need a protector. Come to think of it, there are no few travelling Pelo merchants who employ bodyguards to defend them from beasts and bandits. However, I am unaccustomed to dealing with their kind and lack the confidence to approach them, especially given my unfamiliarity with this profession. Therefore, while it pains me to impose upon your goodwill once more, would you be so willing to train me in the ways of the bodyguard? If so, I ask you to join me just outside the village on the path to Shades of Grief. He is extraordinarily polite. That is not a complaint. More people in our world could do with being that polite, although it would get a little exhausting. Thank you for joining me. Now, while I am no stranger to battle, I have only ever guarded the sanctum, not an individual. Therefore, I propose that you act as my bodyguard, that I may learn from your example. We will travel together this road to Shades of Grief. At one time, before the coming of the Sun Ruin, it was our ancestral home. I should like to climb to its zenith and get a good look at the surrounding ruins. But be warned, these days it is home to many ravenous beasts. Escort Mufulu to the Shades of Grief. Should you fail to defend him or move too far away, he'll return to the starting position where you may rendezvous and begin to try again. I am sure to learn much from this. Allow me to learn from your example. Are you following me? You are following me. Okay. Allow me to learn from your example. Okay, let's move out a bit so we can actually still see him as we go. My position is spot on, that being at the front, where I can see the danger coming at us. But I'm blind to the dangers coming below. I'm going to have to deal with that. Can't walk around it, gotta kill it. Well, we may have been able to find a way around it. Yeah, we should be far enough away that they're not going to aggro. These, however... you're standing on the position, please. Could you move a second? Thank you. Behold these forlorn ruins, abandoned for years upon years. There is much I would recount to you, but it is unsafe here. Let us venture instead into the cliffs. Instead to the cliffside. Which ring do we want to be on? One of the lower ones. You survey the area, but there's no immediate threats as far as you can see. There are a great many elements to consider, maintaining awareness of my client and our surroundings, particularly potential avenues of attack, all while keeping a brisk pace. In contrast, standing watch over a frozen Vidril was far less complicated. Perhaps you wonder why I chose this place for our destination. Look below, the Palo Palo village is in sight. Our homes were once connected by a mountain, the village is actually down there. Our homes were once connected by a mountain road when we were their oppressors. Until Guru Jar Jar put an end to the practice, we demanded yearly tribute, and in exchange granted them our protection. The elder Palo Palo have not forgotten. The memory of my kind as towering tyrants haunts them still. Times have changed, and now we treat the Palo Palo as equals. I hope to one day live on in their memories as a gentle guardian, but... forgive me. My idle musings are of no moment. Let us return to Warlord's Echo. I'm in your debt, Nathan. You have helped me explore a potential life's callings as a bodyguard. As a UQ warrior, I have the power to show the Palo Palo that we are not our ancestors, that we can offer them peace and protection as equals, not conquerors. I only hope that they will provide or prove amenable. There's that word again. That said, I cannot begin to pursue this goal until such time as I can find a client. That search begins now. I know the perfect client for you. Mufulu has finally drummed up the courage to start his new career. Nathan, it is time I formally offered my service. And if it is not too much trouble, or too much to ask, I would like you to bear witness. While the Palo who visit Wular's Echo do so primarily to sell their wares to us, we sometimes see fishers passing through on their way to Kavahu the First. Regardless of their trade, surely there is at least one who will have need of my protection. Come, Nathan, let us ask around. And for a shame, I cannot remember his name specifically. Or was it her name? I take it you're friends with this man. He just offered to be my bodyguard, and, well, I agreed without a moment's hesitation, truth be told. I've always wanted to hire a Yak warrior, but was afraid of the mere suggestion would cause them to laugh at my face. Nothing would delight me more than to visit Kavuhu the First and fish my fill, but the place attracts a lot of mangly monsters. How am I to get any bites if I'm worried about something taking a bite out of me, eh? Oh, I can't wait to see how this goes. Come, let's get to it. I have heard that the unstoppable energy surrounding the lake seems to attract dangerous plant life creatures. This is my first bodyguard commission. Would you join me? If I fall short in my duties, I should take comfort in the knowledge that you can defend the fisher in my stand. Are we heading straight over there? We are, so let's head straight over there. What's the betting there's a lookout point up here? There appears not to be. My bet was wrong. Actually, stopping to take a look, there is a lot more damage caused by Valigarmanda than you can see if you just pay attention to the ground. Incredible! My grandpa was right. These big fellows really are tough. There you are, Nathan. As you can see, I have already dispatched one threat. It seems strangely aggressive. Perhaps I'm overthinking it, but caution may be warranted. While the fisher and I lead the way, might I ask you watch our backs? Search the surroundings for anything out of the ordinary. No, they do have markers on them. Marble seedling? There are marbles around here? You notice the presence of a marble seedling, yet you see no sign of the creature that spawned it. Help! Cries from the Palapala fishermen ring out from the west. The silence which follows bodes ill. Oh, there it is. They must have got caught by the bad breath. Is it safe now? Is the big fellow okay? Forgive me. It seems the task was too great for me alone. I sensed the beast here had been affected by the energies of this place, but did not anticipate that it might also see them grow to such prodigious size. But that's nothing more than an excuse. I failed my client and I am unfit to be a bodyguard. Hey now, don't be ridiculous. You were so committed to protecting me that you didn't have chance to fight back, that's all. Especially not after that nasty blow you took. As far as I'm concerned, you did exactly as promised. You kept me safe. That's exactly what I would expect from a bodyguard. I suppose it's a matter of perspective. How would you evaluate me, Nathan? The fisher is unharmed, that's what matters. If the client calls it a success, I'm not going to argue. But no, the fish is unharmed. Your job was to protect the fisherman. The fisherman is unharmed. Job successful. You heard the man. Sure, there's always room for improvement, but overall, it's a passing mark. Now then, with that brute out of commission, we ought to enjoy some peace and quiet for a while, yes? That settles it. I can't afford to let this opportunity slip off the hook. I'm going to fill my bucket while I can. Even after that harrowing experience, you remain undeterred. You've a strength of will that rivals that of any Yak. I did not know that the Pelo were such adept fishers. I have much yet to learn. See, what did I tell you? Feast your eyes in this haughty hall. When it comes to fishing, being able to concentrate makes all the difference, and I owe it all to you two for standing watch. Now, to drag my bucket back to Woolazurko. Oh, what a delightful day it's been. I see you have returned, Nathan. Though I made a fool of myself, you stepped in and picked up the slack. For that, I must thank you. I shall reflect on this experience and use what I've learned to sharpen my skills. Doubtless, it would not inspire much confidence in my future clients were they to see me falter as I did today. That's the spirit, big fellow. You know, most of us grew up hearing the old stories that the Yak are as dangerous as they look, and people to be feared. But you, my friend, you put your life on the line to protect me, and that's a story I intend to share with my entire village. They'll see that you folks aren't so scary after all, and if they've even ever need a gentle giant to protect them, they should ask for Mufulu. Nathan, I know not twist of fate led you to me, but I am grateful, not just for today, but for everything you have done to help me. In hearing that fisherman's words, I realized the true reason I felt compelled to relinquish my post as the temple guard. A great honor though it was, deep down I yearned to protect not a place, but the people, the lives who have yet to finish their stories and be enshrined in memory. Rest assured, your efforts will teach me not to go to, will not go to waste. Henceforth, I am Mufulu, the Defender, and I will do everything in my power to build a relationship of trust with our good neighbours, the Pelo. I would not be surprised if I was right and that this is in fact going to immediately continue with another quest with the Pello we met earlier. Mufulu is in the market for a new client. We meet again, Nathan. This occasion calls to mind a question I've been meaning to ask you. Do you recall the fisher who said he would sing my praises to his people? Rather than wait for his word to bring new clients to me, I wanted to take the initiative and travel to Pello to sell my services. However, I'm aware many Pello are still intimidated by my kind. You wouldn't happen to know any that could use a bodyguard, one with whom you may have worked before? I know of exactly the person for you. A merchant named Noply, you say? Perhaps you could make the journey to Pello and speak with him on my behalf. I do not mean to suggest you will be going alone. I shall descend the cliffs and wait for you just outside the village, so as not to cause a disturbance. He's going to literally scale the cliffs. We'll take the quick route. Hello again. Well, if it isn't Nathan, thanks again for helping me work things out with Gigimulu. As for those corrupted crystals, I've stored them in warded pots to contain their chaotic energies, which is, the good news is, I think I know just how to put them to use. Right, enough about me. Is there something I can do for you? Mufulu the Defender. Of course I've heard of him. He's the Yak T'el who saved one of our fishermen, right? Everyone's been talking about it. I would love to make his acquaintance. In fact, I might even have a job for him. How soon can we meet? He's waiting outside at the minute. What do you mean, he came down the cliff? Wow, yeah, those Yak T'el are something else. In any case, if he's nearby, then now's as good a time as any. Quite literally is not a way to scale or climb up or down that cliff. At least not for us. Which means he would literally have to have climbed down the cliff. Incredible, not a single scratch on him. I see you have brought your friend, Noply, was it? I thank you for the introduction. Noply, I am told you are a merchant by trade. If you should have need of a bodyguard, I would gladly offer my services. Hi there, Mufulu. You know, I'd heard the rumours, and now I've seen you in the flesh, I can tell you're every bit as stalwart as they say. This might just be a golden opportunity for us both. You see, I want to make a deal with the folks at Chernwag Sultan. The thing is, the Chernwags are infamous for bullying the weak into buying their salt at outrageous prices. The word no tends to invite vicious neck throttling, or so it's strongly intimated. But hey, I like a good challenge, and as long as you have my back, I'm sure I needn't fear for my neck, right? So follow me. Aren't they the people? With your help, it seems I've already secured another commission, yet I must confess a feeling of unease. The Chiawugu cling to the glory of the old days, when the Yak T'el ruled over all. In their eyes, to wield violence and to take that which they covet, right and true. Regardless, I shall do whatever it takes to keep Noply safe. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is going to be problematic, and it also requires us to head back up to the top of the cliff. Which means they've got to have gone the long way around to get there. Given there's no direct route. Which side are they on? They are already on the other side. Just as I feared. I just wanted to barter. What offence is there in that? Greedy tongue this one has. The divine blessings are not for him. Surrender coin and be gone. By divine blessing they refer to their salt, and no plea is in no position to bargain. The best course may be to retreat. You would ask your client to abandon his hopes? You are here to protect and support him. I mean, he's not wrong. But you are here to protect and support him. I see now. My duty is not only to ensure his safety, but to ensure his success as well. Yes, I know what must be done. I am he who is Mufulu. Any who lay hands on this Pelo shall suffer the same violence tenfold. Mufulu, the temple guardian, slayer of many monsters. His stories are all known. And that one is friends with Waklumat, who bested Valigarmanda on the holy ground. Terribly sorry about this. I didn't mean to pressure anyone. Let's see if we can negotiate an agreement, and if not, the three of us will be on our way before you know it. Of course, I wouldn't waste your time if I wasn't confident I could offer you something worth your while. As we all know, the flames of Valigarmanda linger on in these parts, yes? Well, I have to imagine all that everlasting fire would have a less than desirable effect on your crops and livestock. That's why you're forced to sell your salt at such high prices, right? You have to make a living somehow. What if I told you you could use these corrupted crystals imported from distant Eorzea to solve your woes? These crystals have the ability to change the elemental aspect and nature of energies. By constructing a series of converters, you could turn those undying flames into nutrients for the soil and all sorts of other wonderful things. The possibilities are endless. You offer miracle crystals for salt. Words of gold hide, black intent. Any merchant who wears this mask is sworn to uphold the peddler's code of honor. We Pelo pride ourselves in spreading joy through trade. This little trader protects his reputation with the same ferocity as you who protect the Holy Lands. See his truth and heed his words. Corrupted crystals turn fire to earth, fill soil with life, and Uchupeku with green. False promises all. Little one offers nothing for divine blessing. Begone. You didn't lose all of them. I will trust and trade divine blessings for your crystal. You cannot tell Chawuga apart, but we met before with Vupalu. Waklumat saved me from the mountain bird. I had a feeling he probably was that one just because he was wearing that armor, but there was two of them with that armor on. So it wasn't a given. I remember her and our debt. The trader speaks wisdom too. He is worthy. My kin, they are slow to change, proud and afraid, but not forever. With time comes truth and proof and trust. Without your guidance, I would have forgotten my duty. Thank you, Nathan. Of all your many connections forged here in Teral, I never dreamed one would be with the Charuga. Now then, we probably shouldn't wear out our welcome. Let us return to Ruler's Echo. Another job well done, and another I could not have managed without you. That didn't go as well as I had hoped. I only managed to trade one measly crystal for a fistful of salt. But we look on the bright side, it is a small yet crucial step towards trading or building a trading relation with the Charuga Sultans. And to me, that is the biggest, wildest success I could have ever hoped for. Next step, stock up on all different kinds of corrupted crystals from Gilimondu. Then try my hand at building an elemental converter. I just know I can find a market for these things one way or another. Plus, once Charuga see actual results, they're sure to come around. Yes, this is all thanks to you, Nathan, and your seemingly endless cavalcade of acquaintances. Lastly, but certainly not least, I am grateful you were there to protect me, Mufulu. Meeting them in person was a lot scarier than I thought it would be, and, well, were it not for you, I might have lost my nerve completely. Likewise, I was moved by your impassioned pitch. As a bodyguard, it is an honour to support such noble aspirations. Gah, you're making me blush. Anyway, I dare say I'll have plenty more work to offer you in the coming days, assuming you're up for it, of course. Nathan, it was you who gave me the confidence to pursue a new line of work, and for that I will always carry your memory in my heart. I pray you carry mine in yours wherever your journey takes you. Wheresoever your journey takes you. Okay. I have a feeling we've not seen the last of them, at least not in a future patch. I imagine we'll see them again. Did I go around and talk to everyone before I left? I think I did. Right, time to travel down next nectar. Heavenly Land, sufficient with Golden Glow. Yes, we have spoken. Okay. Let's pop that. And back to the main story quest. Unveiled will propose a course of action. I think it's time we return to Turiolo. After scaling Tural's tallest mountains and battling a legendary beast to the death, even dauntless heroes like you could possibly use a rest. In any case, there are preparations to be made before we can visit the next destination laid out in the saga. The respite would be most welcome. I believe I hear the fjord cabins calling our names. Alright, we're all done here. Back to Turiolo. Okay, we are heading to the caverns, yes. No sooner did we set foot back into Turiolo than I felt the weight of the recent events set in all at once. I'm definitely due for a long nap. Yawn. I won't say no to clean sheets and a soft pillow. There are still 2 feats left to go. We want to face them refreshed and ready for action. I'll take the opportunity to think on some things. Rest well, everyone. We can meet back here later on. I have a small errand to run in this city, so I'll leave you to recover. Will you be heading to the palace, Waklamart? Waklamart, did you hear me? Lost in her own little world, it seems. Well, no matter, I'll be back soon enough. An attendant is standing by to unlock your cabin. Enjoy your stay. We actually get to go into our cabin. We have yet to do this. We have been mentioned, or had the mention of, a cabin. But we have not had the pleasure to actually use it. Welcome back, Master Skidmore. Your cabin is just as you left it, minus a light layer of dust.
You have a moment? There's something I wanted to talk to you about. So, it's just too stuffy in here, that's what. We should go outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air. That's what we need.
Okay then. Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I could feel the walls closing in. Oh, I know. I'll take you to one of my favourite places in Turiolo. That should help me gather my thoughts in order. We'll go to the Resplendent Quarter and make our way up from there. Where are we heading? Okay, quite literally the Resplendent Quarter. Oh, hello, dear. Are you one of Waklamuk's new friends? Preshwi, what are you doing up and about? Is your back feeling better? It is much healed now, so don't make a fuss. Besides, can't be lounging around in bed all day when you're out there fighting your hardest to win the throne. You're the claimant with the greatest love for peace. I love this nation of ours, and lending you my support is the least I can do. When I see a smile like that, I know I can... how can I not be encouraged? Oh, there's plenty more who believe in your cause. I can recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think it'll help. Yours alone is more than enough. Thank you, Preshwi. And thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest. All those smiling faces. Nathan. I'm getting distracted. It's just that with the progress we've made in the contest, even these everyday encounters feel that much more special. Do you think we can take our time and maybe wander around a little first? Then we'll head to that spot I was thinking of.
This is much better. I used to come here all the time when I was little. Would look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small. Do you remember what I said at the top of Workor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far. I realize nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace.
That's the sort of thing I'd expect you to say. You wish for a world, like in the Yukyu's dreams? Ideals are nice in theory. I mean, that is the sort of thing we'd expect it to say.
Really? I feel proud somehow. It's an answer I arrived at by trying to be true to myself. That you think I succeeded, it means a lot. So, this is my plan. When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in happiness! It's just like Kryl said. By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies. If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time.
There were those words again.
There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me?
Of course, it's been enormous fun.
Thank the gods for that. Well, I've nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace, but I'll see you back at the cabins.
We went to sleep at dawn and we've woken up in the middle of the night. We got a lot of rest. Have my retainers finished their ventures? How close are they to finishing their ventures? Timers. 13 minutes from now. You look to be in good spirits. I assume your leisure time was well spent? I was just glad to snatch some quality sleep myself. After all, it'll soon be back on the road for us. We still haven't unlocked the next tier of hunts, but I imagine we can't be far off. Yeah, we've reached the same level as that quest. But there's some... I imagine it must be that we need to have the next map unlocked before we can actually take those hunt bells. Alpha seems eager to review your journey thus far. I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I do hope everyone has rested well. Now that we have refreshed ourselves somewhat, let us consider all claimants as they currently stand. Jaja and Conan have completed every feats thus far and hold 5 keystones apiece. Watlamak would be equal with them, but not for Bu Jaja's thievery, which leaves us 1 short. That conniving brigand didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof, and wreaked havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal what he needs to win, but he'll be sorely mistaken. I'll be taking back that which is mine, this I swear. I fear that reclaiming your keystone may not be enough. That is, if Brook Jar Jar unleashing of Valigarmanda is any indication, using his lead, I assume that he will move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I cannot say I'd be comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it is for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I will do what I must. The last two keystones we require are those of the Lay of Repast and the Lay of Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mamook and the Ixbrel in the forest of Yak T'el, specifically near a village called FFXIV. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me in from when I was a baby. Where the Lay of Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it is said that the foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawn Servant, but little more than that. Eorzea has a similar tale. The explorer of Keteram befriended a two-headed king known as the Ustaka before commencing his travels across Tural. He journeyed here several times afterwards, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least, that's the commonly held belief. Your two-headed king certainly sounds like Papa, so this Keteram fellow must have come to Turalia. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet. Vestiges of Yaku architecture notwithstanding. Wait, did you say Ustaka? Didn't you? Then Keteram must have met the Dawn Servant in Mamook. Mamook? Is that a city? One of the grandest in Tural, once upon a time, and the seat of Mamook's homelands. It too lies in Yak T'el, not far from Ixbrel. Then, all things considered, Yak T'el seems the obvious choice for our next destination. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible, which should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. But we're riding on one of Conan's balloons? They can't be any worse than ships, can they? Smile. It depends on the wind. Depending on the wind, they can be less rough or bumpy or more bumpy. Both is technically possible. We still cannot pick up why we hunt, which is weird. We're the right level, and I would think that if we're about to go to the next map, this would be the perfect point to allow us to collect it. But never mind, we're using that to level other classes rather than this one, so it's not that big of a deal. How exciting! The designs of Turiel dirigibles intrigue me. I must note how they perform compared to the Eorzean airships. It'll be fine. Just fine. Ready to leave when you are. As much as I wish we could ignore him, Brook Jar Jar is a real threat. We can't afford to let our guard down. Yak T'el, where the Yakus dreamed of the Golden City. You are thinking very deeply about this. The next flight to Yak T'el will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. Are we sure that these things will stay in the air? All the way to Yak T'el. Are you ready? Bags packed and goodbye said. There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just making sure you're not nervous. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hand just until I've settled my nerves? Maybe ask Armenveld? No, of course, we don't mind. Armenveld will just mock her. You're the nicest person I've ever met, Nathan. I'll try not to crush your hand. There she is. Third promise. Just wait a moment. Mablue, what are you doing here? Mablue and Tobli. Of course. I'll wait as long as you need. Sorry to delay you, but were you able to discover the origin of Kryle's earrings? We were able to, sorry. Is that so? You said before it had gained in popularity since Yak T'el as a protective ward for travellers, correct? That's right. We tracked down the elderly merchant who first sales are attributed. To whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at a market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. A foreign mage wearing this earring could only have been grandfather. Did the merchant happen to mention which market? One in Yak T'el, to where it seems you are already bound. What luck! And then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my grandfather here, or yet another discovery to look forward to? Thank you both for coming all this way. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the rite. Thanks, I won't let you down. Just got to board this dirigible and I'm good as there. Last call for passengers to Yak T'el. I really hope she wins. Yak T'el will test her mettle, without a doubt. The next Dawn servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be.
The fierce Shepral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yak T'el. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named. It is here, where the Shepral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
And if it's going to reach its climax here, that means we have an entire second story in the other half.
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
The vegetation is far denser than in Cosmauca.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the Earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
It was one time.
Is the Shabral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
Alright, new map. We need to do some more fates while we are here. Would it kill Arwenveld to give me the benefit of the doubt? Or the benefit of, benefit of a second chance? Worry not, Cran and I will ensure our promise doesn't wind up at the bottom of one of these cenotes. I can hardly fathom how difficult it must have been before the second promise introduced dirigibles. Can you imagine having to walk all the way here? Well, that journey was delightful. The wind was fair and the vessel hardly rocked at all. With a thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone in sight at all times. That is in the direction that we are heading. There it is. Ways north. We'll not worry about it for now. For all of Arwenville's insistence, I've yet to discover anything particularly blue about this forest. See? No tumbles, thanks to Kral and Alize, but it still counts. Take care not to get separated. I'd hate to lose you to the rampant undergrowth. Is that Ixbrax over there, I wonder? Good, everyone accounted for. Ixbrax is up ahead. Let's be on our way. Just so you know, I shall be very cross if you push me. Are all the Sonos this deep, I wonder? Ha! I haven't fallen into high tide harbour. I've fallen into high tide harbour enough times to be a professional diver. There is no way I would fall into something like this on accident. Why so blue about this forest? You'll see. Or what's so blue about this forest? Armfield was not exaggerating about the cenotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully we made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Are we ready to proceed? I'm eager to learn more about Ixbraxix and Ixbrail customs. What Lumat's attention is divided between the perilously deep cenote and Ixbraxix. Ready to head on in? Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relatively tardiness will not reflect poorly upon us. Here's the Elector. Third promise, and her retinue, I presume. You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of Stars at the village centre. Everyone is waiting for you. How long have we been keeping them waiting? Everyone? Who might that be? Well, there's only one way to find out. Come, let us follow him. Literally everyone.
At last, we are graced by the presence of the third promise.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with Valigarmanda in the first place.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin. My name is Hunmuruk. As the Brash Rash, I have the honor of serving as Elector on behalf of my people. As all four claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise. If you would please join us.
Is this an eating contest or something? I noticed there's tables.
Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of Repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Don't say anything.
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
We're gonna get paired with Book Jar Jar, aren't we?
Twelve forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jaja. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
Claimants, please present your colors. I have red. Blue. On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red. Which means...
The two most likely to work well together.
Victory's as good as ours.
You don't know what the
With
contest
our
is.
claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Not the one-head.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shibruk Bibil.
I got the food aspect right.
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say? Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along? But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future.
Oh dear.
The rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Bivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. What's it like, I wonder?
Alright. Scattered around everywhere. As much as I would have loved to have defeated you all in a high-stakes culinary battle, I couldn't have asked for better allies. For the pairings to be thus decided, the stars are aligned for us indeed. Do you suppose the first Promise and Brook Jar Jar will wear matching aprons? I dearly hope so. Only 2 claimants can receive keystones from this feat. Intimidating, perhaps, but irrelevant. We shall prevail. The second Promise will no doubt have thoughts on how best to proceed. Let us ask for his perspective. The first Promise and Brook Jar Jar are formidable on the field, but in the kitchen, I think their odds are in our favour. I consider myself a connoisseur of all things tasty in Turalia, but this is the first I've heard of Zixbrew. They've said it multiple times. I have no. This dish. There we go. Thenceforth referred to as the dish. How fortunate this feat, unique stipulations, has frustrated Brook Jar Jar's attempts to delay us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's plainly strong and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. Putting aside our competition for a moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct disadvantage, or a distinct advantage. Of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. Precisely. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Our competition has a team of 6. 2 claimants. Our competition has a team of 6. 2 claimants, Jules Jar and Brook Jar Jar's lackeys. Whereas we have a team of 9. That's 3 more people we can mobilise. With the test suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble the necessary ingredients. Too easy. You are overconfident. Well, we mustn't be overconfident. At least we make a careless mistake that could have easily been avoided. Our first order of business should be determining the recipe for the dish. We can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Zibrel people. Zibrel? Let us gather here once we have seen what clues this village has to offer. Alright, well, before we do that, we have 2 important things to do. Maybe 3 if I can find the location for it. There's the gemstone trader. So yeah, we do have 3. Where is indeed? Must be on one of the other exits. We ought to cut our losses and head to Mamook. This feat has nothing but a fool's errands. You're the fool if you think he won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to run or dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. How difficult it'd be a second time. What are you looking at, salt licker? Mind your own business. Wrestling match going on over here. The recipe for the dish? I wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we are forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Human Rusk himself. But your mention it has given me a fierce craving. I only hope there's still ibuki to be had at the market. Wink. Ibrisk. Try not to be too obvious about it, but thank you, much appreciated. A number of spices, some entirely unfamiliar to you, are nestled in a basket. That one's called Aichiyu. We mostly use it to add a bit of colour to our most popular cuisine. But its medicinal benefits are significant as well. They're clearly not used to lying about it. They want to talk about it. We shall use this to get a bit of extra experience for that. Where's our last few? Bright banana peel. That is a very bright banana peel. It's rainbow coloured. An unusually coloured banana peel has been neatly arranged in the ground, which appears to be smoking. Oh no, it appears I've gone and dropped my Najul. I mean, Jartiki banana peel. Oopsie daisy. I could barely see it for all the steam issuing from my underground oven. Ah, nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you're using the leaves in your cooking. They're all about as subtle as a brick. Now, how much of that was we actually meant or required to remember? Sorry, I'm back. Oh, look, a freebie for Final Fantasy XIV. EXP boost meal set times 10. Speaking of which, we should actually eat some more food. We forgot to. And there is a code there. I'll have to try and remember to click that. Not that we needed that much. What did we discover about the dish? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish. And observations of their technique yielded clues enough. 1 second, please. I need to go to the toilet. Apologies, that was bad timing. Can't be helped. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish, and observing their techniques yielded clues enough. A lady blending local herbs and spicing was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognise, while neither confirming nor denying any relationship to the dish. But one in particular she had attributed to all common Isbiel dishes. Achiko, I have no idea she called it. I see. Then if the dish is indeed a dish as ubiquitous as Alphino claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook burying bundles wrapped in leaves of najul, or banana, in certain locales. 'Twould seem to use the subterranean ovens. Twould seem the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles then, don't you? A sizzling slab of beef. It smelled so good I could practically taste it. The squeaky flesh of a bipedal fish. This is the only name I actually recognise that we was told about, but I can't remember it being the one that was with the banana, but maybe that's because I walked away for 5 minutes. As would be expected of a dish called the dish, indeed. We've given up saying that, or even attempting to. To surmise, this dish is one of Ubric's, flavoured with a combination of spices that includes artichoke and steamed underground within najul, or banana leaves. Given our assumptions are correct, we must now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the surrounding forest while you were all exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and wild ibruks, we should have everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Leave it to the master gleaner. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. LSA is going to give you grief for this. Absolutely going to give you grief for this. The ovens will doubtlessly require firewood, and I have some experience in gathering it. I too should be glad to volunteer mine aid. Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. I'm happy to lead someone to a suitable brooks if they will perform the requested deed, Alize. As for the Najul leaves, I believe I'm capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find Najul in these parts. They only grow in Jartika heartlands, forest far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lemeti, Nathan, would you accompany me on my errand? No better way to whet my appetite. Good, let us be about our task then. I wonder if one of our competition was listening in on our conversation. Lemeti, had no... Or Lameti had no specific task assigned to her, so I had her accompany me. No more, no less. Come on, let's go and get these Najul leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. Spiced ibiki wrapped in Najul leaves. That sounds like a winning combination to me. Kona has the look of a man intent on finding bananas. Let us see if there are Najul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Uyonje mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. There is a fate just outside. It hasn't started yet. We do need to start collecting fates. And it looks like people are heading directly to it, because that person just flew off in that direction, so we're going to go there. If it were any further away, I wouldn't even bother. Well, they didn't fly off in this direction. It's because they're over there. I see. You've the eyes of a hunter, I can tell. We're hunters ourselves. Today we track Ibuki, nasty creatures who tear man's crotch to crown. If you let them draw too close. The jungle crawls with them, yet they are anything but easy prey. This is why we usually hunt the bastards in large bands, but as you can see, we are currently number 4, which brings you to my request. Fine answer. Try not to attract too many of them, which we've already done. Oh, did we not use the 4th one? These are taking way too long to kill. I guess that's because there are groups currently doing fates at the minute. Do we not have a healer here that can heal the hunters? Okay, that'll do. Oh, there's another one right over here. Oh, and that one had an immediate follow-up, so we get to get 3 done in a quick succession. That'll be good. Save us some time later, so long as they don't nuke this, which I don't think they are doing. I think we have enough time to get our gold. We need gold. Okay. We need to start making our way over to that one because we're not as fast as the rest of them. We don't even have our base mount speed. Look at them go. They're flight and all. Did we outrun it? We did. Okay, that's 3 of 5. Or 3 of 6. May as well teleport back. We're going to want to get mount speed sooner rather than later. But at the minute we've not been asked to leave the area, so it's not that big of a deal. I'd still rather get it before we are asked to leave the area. The earth here is indeed fashioned into an oven of sorts. Fascinating. An underground oven. This must be the cookery Anji was talking about. Oh, hello again. Did you need something? Najul leaves, for purpose other than the dish, naturally. Unfortunately, I've already used up my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forest for more. Gulmajuki Grove is the source of the finest Najul leaves you'll find. Wild variants you'll sometimes see in the city markets can't compare. I see. I had hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredient, then to Jartiki Heartlands we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Travelling there requires you to go through the Chipigin Tianbic Traverse, but it has caved in due to the recent storm, I expect. But that means we can't go get our Najul leaves. But we can, can't we? If there's no other way to procure them, you would have suspended the feat, or else altered its objective. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologise for the interruption, but I overheard your conversation and I felt compelled to chime in. That's very kind of you. Any last minute advice you'll be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of Repast with an empty stomach. You may find the dish to be delicious, but a daunting dish to finish. I can't wait. Still, if there are no leads here, and we can't travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all of our ingredients? This feats these feats are meant to deepen our understanding of the people and the cultures of Terraria. I almost pronounced that Terraria. So perhaps there's something about the dish that we've yet to learn. Something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. Oh, I see. Like who was the first to make it, its history, that sort of thing. If it's Yak T'el's history you're interested in, you should start with the old war. Between the Zabral and the Mamook, right? These forests have been borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. I know the end of that bloodshed. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know the dish. Huh. Now, what does steamed ibuki have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing through such a detour may seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement ruined by the war, the village of Ion Ashol. It lies a short distance to the east. The village of Ion Ashol. Understood. Thanks for the help. Come, let's go see this place. No further fates nearby. No, we're going to be coming back here anyway. I was thinking about going and getting the ether current that was to the north. But I think that can wait. We'll wait until we have mount speed before we go and hunt the hidden ether currents. Everyone knows there was a war between the Mamook and the Xbril, but I might have forgotten some of the details. The village of Ion Ashul must be further east. Let us continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. Literal holes in the ground. Going to be part of the same region as that area on the north that we need to tag. Nope, let's tag the area in the north quickly. There we go, tagged it. This place feels forgotten by time. So this is the village of Ion Ashro, or what's left of it. It was a place... Hey again! It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. Look, Eve. I didn't know you were in Yak T'el. Yak T'el? I was picking up lumber for FFXIV when I heard the third promise was on her way to this site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so I followed you here. Rook Yu is a shipwright who came to our aid during the Festival of Reeds. A pleasure. Are you a member of the Third Promise's retinue, I presume? For a moment, I suppose I am. My name is Conan. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Kona. Now there's a good name. A familiar name. Where have I heard... Kona, as in the second promise of Tuyola? To think that I addressed the Dawn Servant's own son in such a as such a common retainer. Such disrespect cannot be excused. Please, take up your gun and... Oh, come on, not this again. I take no offence. Please do not dwell on it. Alright then, I shall dwell on it. I shan't dwell on it. And right on cue. At least he's consistent. I understand you wish to learn about the dish. While I'm forbidden by the Express Rex to divulge any information regarding its preparation, I will be happy to share what I know of Yak T'el's history. We'd appreciate that. In its most basic sense, the conflict between the Zbral and the Mamoja was one of land. The Mamoja lived in the lower forest, where the thick canopies obscured the sun and the soil is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Zbril, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favours the higher ground, and the Zbril forces held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tides eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand, the Mamoja were once a people as much at war with themselves as they were with each other. The Hibigo, the Bonoa, and the Dupur each sought to assert dominance over the other, even as they engaged the Xbrel in battle. In an effort to strengthen the bonds and discourage infighting, Hibigo and Bunoa leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that partners of differing clans could not have children together. But then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Hibigo and Bunoa both, a two-headed Mamoja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior before eventually arising as the first Astura, ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the Urtak's rule, the newly united Mamoja became a force to be feared, and the war soon came to a head. I think it's best you see the results firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time, and there I shall continue the tale. There is one nearby. There it is. We've spirit bonded with a bunch of our equipment. We should collect the materia from it. We're probably not going to need it for this class, but we may end up leveling every other class as well, and we may need the materia for their gear when we are leveling them. Well, we don't need it, but it sure does help. Two pieces left. This one and the bottom ring. And while I am staring at the character window and its bars and such, let's repair our leggings because they're almost down below 10. Okay. Pressing on, I assume northwest. Okay, west. So yeah, it is probably up in that area there. By the 12. What happened here? A lot of fire and brimstone. This entire area is burnt to the ground.
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja. The Shobrit Cinderfield.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been.
The war over these lands began after the Yokui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter.
Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago.
Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valigarmanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
Was that the village elder we saw? Sneaking away? And why we're having a vision?
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
There he is.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours. If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace.
Buff your tails and scurry off, then! Cowards like you ill-deserve the bounty of this forest. Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us. Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil, and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then? You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How they Pelu stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
I think this is the first time we've heard the Head of Reason speak.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more. Their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Pibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us. What's wrong? Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
No, I'm still fairly sure it was the, Oh, god damn it. There are 2 fates right nearby the Aetheryte that I could have gone to, but we are too far away. The chief, I think it was the village chief. I never imagined our father was an instrument of the... I literally just heard it say. I can say the last one, Papil. Papil. Zabruk Papil? Invention. Close enough. I hope I have been of sufficient service to the third promise. Papa really did live up to his words. He travelled the lands and learned about all of our people's myriad cultures. And we're doing the same now. To think that Wook-Yi, that we were able to learn... it's thanks to Wook-Yi that we were able to learn from this forest. That's twice now that he's helped us. To think that we might never have met him if we hadn't gone to fix the float. Bananas still weigh heavily on Conan's minds. Wook-Yi has given us valuable insight as to the origin of Zuruk Pabil. However, we are still no closer to procuring the necessary Najul leaves, unless... Tell me, what historic feast... was the historic feast commemorated in some fashion? With a monument, for instance? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. There's another great big hole, and there's something nasty. I wonder if you can actually fall into them. What does Conan want with the monument? It's only speculation, but I dare to hope. Here it is. Offered up by the 2 factions, these weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical that a monument like this might steer us true. Especially one at the heart of so significant a battle. Nemeti, Nathan, would you help me search the area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. I mean, the giant glowing birdie in the back has caught my eye. Look here, this soil has been recently overturned. Oh, someone buried a box. Well, well. I would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are. Fresh Najul leaves. But whom Rook's doing, I'd wager. There is poetry in hiding them on this battleground, given it was central to their war. Central to the war they helped end. Thank you, Automod. So we planned this all this from the start. Thank you again, Wookie. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was an honour to render assistance. And with apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well. Third promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance at the Feat of Reeds, I've been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. All device solutions to Hanu's ailing crop. But you alone sought to know their culture and revive Inihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one creates or cares more for the people of Turalia and what they hold dear. Should you again require the historical musings of an old shipfight, I am ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Ixbrax. Are you an A rank? You definitely look like you should be an A rank. Oh yes, you're most definitely an A rank. I do like your design though. You look like you would be nasty. Well, I'm not going to find out about that until probably next week. Are we going to be able to get to that one? Yes, there is a fate nearby the village. We need to get our mount speed boost. There is so much more of this map left. But without mount speed boost, getting to any fates is a troublesome affair. The current fate groups are off dealing with a boss fate to the south, so they should end up reaching this one shortly after I do. People have made a start. Are you a tank? You are a tank. If you're a tank, then I am happy to get more directly involved. That is probably enough. Given I have slow movement, I can't be waiting around. Particularly if there's another fate nearby, which there isn't, so let's go back to the main quest. 2 left. And we are once again 2 levels higher than the main story quest. Ah, excellent. We now have was it Ubu? the 5th part of the Reawaken combo. You have to wonder what Wook-Eve is actually a historian and not a shipwright. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. How did everyone fare? We got the Najulis. Wook-Oo came along and helped us find them. Wook-Oo was here? Wook-Eve was here? I forget. Is it just Wook-E? I think it was Wook-E. The V and the U were unpronounced. I would have liked to have said hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. That Gul Jar Jar brought an end to centuries of warfare surprises me a little, but to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old mind to find the oddest of solutions. But how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Urianji and I have made another tour to our village and brought the cooking utensils we need. With no mention of what we needed for them for, of course. I am pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest has to offer. Spoken like a true expert. Arenvel and I found our Ibiki, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunted a fell. Let's try that again. So much so that its hunter fell down a Kenoto trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? I mean, this is Arnveiled. He gives Woklin Mock shit for everything. Do you really think he wasn't going to do the same for you? I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yielded Akatoki, whatever that is. I told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measures for seasoning as well. Aye. Through further inquiry did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts. I can hardly claim proficient skill, but I've cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. I mean, I'm a level 80 culinarian. I technically could do it. And you, I hope. As I recall, you are an accomplished culinarian. Thank you! So I'm a level 90 culinarian. I'm a patch behind. But leveling up all of my crafters was the second thing I did after beating the MSQ. Well, the first thing I did after beating the MSQ. I didn't voice that at all. Oh, my mouth is watering already. Without further delay, then. They could have at least let me change class.
Oh, it smells so good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling housecan.
Be quiet, Bako Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Huh. Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
It's ready. Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
This looks amazing!
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then. In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Pibil admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yak T'el's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you. All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
They found some.
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Duh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
This was stupid anyway.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
This is delicious! The brook is so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najou leaf rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
Come, come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
You don't have to tell me twice. That was bliss. You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
It was palatable enough, I suppose. To you, who have successfully performed the feat of Repast, I present these keystones.
Only 1 feat left.
Well, I should get going then. I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
Well, you
You can
tried.
do better than that, surely.
An attempt was made.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important. Was there any Shibruk people left? I could really use another helping.
Right, if If we get another message like that, I will have to ban them on my laptop rather than on my main screen, because I keep forgetting it mutes the game. But if that message comes again, I will just ban the word particularly that I can see that will easily get rid of them in the future. Anyway, sorry. Twitch bots being Twitch bots. One final feat remains. After this one, I hardly know what to expect. We need to start considering how to reclaim that keystone from Brook Jar Jar. Depriving the first promise of a keystone is a very crucial victory indeed, if it wasn't for the fact that he's now going to try and deprive us of it, because that's the only way he gets it. That was so good. I'm looking forward to having this Brook Pabal again. Here, Nathan. Cryon made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the feat of Repast is over, the village should be free to offer it to us, right? Indeed, although that is a table set. It is not something I can just munch on and leave. New wares are now available. Yes, okay, fair enough. The feat of Brotherhood, here we come. We haven't actually unlocked the side quests for Aether Currents yet, which is weird. I forgot to speak to you, Kyle. My apologies. I'm relieved our dish was well received. The next feat awaits, and Alphino would have you on the road as soon as possible. Seeing as we now face the penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamook and undertake the feat of Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. The Tinibek Traverse, which connects the upper forest to the Yaktika Heartland, is still impassable. Is there no other route? I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway, though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Journey soon. I'm out of tea. No, I'm not. I still have some tea left. Now I am out of tea. Let us each use the time as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the village surroundings, if Arrenveld would oblige me with a tour. Very well, I have no other engagements. Then I'll come with you if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me the opportunity to look into my grandfather's purported visit to Yak T'el. Oh, that's right. Mabu did say something about a foreign mage coming here decades back, didn't he? I'll come with you. Want to join us, Nathan? Naturally. Let us rendezvous here after our respected diversions. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at the market in Yak T'el some 20 years ago. Any who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let us make inquiries where we can. We still need 2 more fates. Is there a fate up? Map says yes. Ah, but it's been activated. We ain't making it to there quick enough, but another one just arrived over in this direction. It's working on the assumption that they don't immediately start the fate that comes after this defense fate. I'll have to see what the flying, or the people who have unlocked flying are going to do. They have lifted off. And they have split in two. That works for me. Because there is the boss fate that Lily just left behind. This will get us our 6, which will get us our mount speed boost, which is going to be really, really helpful given how little of this map we have currently explored. My Chocobo is doing a good job at keeping me alive. There we go, done. Ah, damn it, we tagged a couple. Everything is so slow when you don't have the mount speed boost. It's got to be nearly double the run speed. Did they go here? Or have they gone to a different one? Well, they haven't activated this. I don't mind waiting a bit, see if someone else turns up. I can probably solo it if I set Rin to healer mode. But I know there are people on map clearing fates, and they appear to have gone in all different directions. Let's make a start. Let's make sure you're on heal mode. And we have a tanker now. Attack, my dear Chocobo. Alrighty. Let's go get our mount speed. And then continue on with the main quest. Well, we are getting close to tea time. We are at tea time, but we can delay it for 30 minutes. We may as well finish the quest we're on. Give me your item map, please. Thanking you. So much better. I hope someone in Enix knows something. This fellow looks promising. Definitely older than I am. A foreign mage 20 years ago. Yes, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those travelling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall. I only saw him in passing, mind. If anyone were to know more, I'd wager it would be Mamook Runic. He was already 6'3" Rex by then. A baby girl? It couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information is very helpful. Are you about 20 years old, Kryl? Because if the answer to that is yes, then it probably was. So Humuruk has been Zabrak's Rex for over 20 years. That's before I was even born. This may be the very lead I was hoping for. Let me just use that while I see the counter is below 30 minutes. Hello again. Do you require assistance? A foreign mage passed through Ixbrux roughly 20 years ago, probably carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless. A foreign mage did indeed visit Ixbrux. Master Guluf. Galif? It's Galif. I think it's Galuf or something like that. It's close. That is her grandfather. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied? More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? Presumably because it pertains to the right. I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Very well, I will not press. I thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of more general curiosity, I have another question. They say that Yak T'el once dwelled in these forests. Where was that exactly? General curiosity, indeed. But yes, before they withdrew to Uchapacha, some 5 centuries ago, the Yak T'el claimed Yak T'el. These names are all confusing to me. My English doesn't like them. Yak T'el. As their own. Many of their architectures remain, or many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forest, the Jartik Heartland. And that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you. That answer that answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that, though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the third promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your questions. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Nathan. May I request a moment of your company? Go on, we'll wait for you. What's up? Thank you for obliging me. First, let us head to the cenote behind the village. Go and see what Mamook needs. So in order to get my answers, I need to find the Golden City. Well, that happens to be my intent from the first. I'll do everything in my power to make it happen. He was told as much by the Dawn Servant himself. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Kryle's plea has softened my resolve. As the leader of our community, I am gladdened to see the third promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? Is that so? It seems the rite has been a source of great learning and growing for Waklumat. It does me well to hear that. My daughter will be about her age. Girls are rarely born among the Ixbel, so when she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when first I held her, and pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. "3 years ago, an accident. It was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards Jaltika Heartland, towards Mamook. Once bitter enemies, the Mamuljar and the Zibrel had learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting the child of who would one day lead her people, the criminal sought to undermine the future of the Zibrel. I was determined not to let them succeed, and so I let the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, and gave her into the care of one person I knew could protect her. Dawn Servant Guru Jaja. Though she was born to lead the Ixbel, fate had a greater plan for Waklumat. Only the Dawn Servant and I know the truth, but I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed a Mamook, then rancor towards the Ixbril still burns. I was caught off guard once. I will not suffer the same tragedy again. And so I ask you, not as the Dawn Servant's electors, but as her father, to watch over the third promise. Defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in the shadows. Will you do this for me? I have much the same promise with her other father. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Turiola, but a concerned father. Sufficient to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray breathe not a word of this to anyone. Oh dear. Do we start this now, or do we have our tea break? Let's have our tea break. There's no hostiles nearby. So, one moment, we're going to go get ourselves something to eat, another cup of tea. Well, I say 1 moment, it's probably going to be about 15 minutes to get everything ready and to have it, to consume it. So, take a break for yourself. I'll be back shortly. Alright. We've had our toast and a packet of crisps. We've still got a couple of biscuits left, or a few biscuits left, but we'll have them in a little bit. Let me just retrieve materia from my swords, and which I can do well mounted, and our leggings. Actually store this stuff somewhere. Okay, the weapon coffers that we got, or been getting, are 663. So they're only slightly, like the tiniest amount better than what we actually have. So I think this set of coffers as well, we will end up just turning into, let's get through the tenacity stuff first because it's not of use. I think this set as well will just turn into crafting materials, desynthesize them. That wants to be put away. Let's keep this down here because this lot wants to go on our retainers. We'll worry about all of that later. It's not important at the moment. Back to the MSQ. Actually, one thing. I was thinking while I was preparing my toast and eating it. I don't see how Brook Jar Jar or Zuljar, knowing that Wuklamut is his daughter, in any way helps them do anything they couldn't already do by other means. Because if they kidnap him and hold him ransom, then it doesn't matter whether or not this was her father. The only thing they could do is effectively would be potentially to kill this guy in front of her after she finds out it's his father, but I don't know what that serves to benefit them. I consider the thought, or consider the idea that they may use it as or some kind of leverage to try and say that she doesn't need to be, or she can't, or has no right to be the third promise. But knowing who your father is doesn't stop the fact that she was nonetheless adopted by the Dawn Servant and is his kid. For as far as everyone else is concerned, the fact they found her father doesn't change that fact. So I'm curious as to where that's going to head. The only possibility I can think of is the fact that they know I know, and that they're going to try and use the information to turn her against me. But then a quick word from my companions to her to encourage her to simply talk to me about it will then immediately assuage everything. So I don't know where that particular thread is going. It doesn't make sense that it can go anywhere. But maybe that's the point. Ramurak stands quietly, his expression one of old pain. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please, do not keep the third promise waiting. Yeah, I just can't see how that information's useful to them in a way that they couldn't accomplish something else in another manner. Oh, well, someone's spoiling for a fight. Speaking of, finished speaking with Humbruk, have you? Who are we going to be fighting? Upon speaking with Wuklamut, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. You're back. So what did Humbruk want? I am not allowed to say. It's alright. You don't have to say. More importantly, the Tibet Traverse is still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks. Then I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparation, for it has worn me out. A nap does sound tempting. A moment, promise. You're one of them Brook Jar Jars. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but know that it would be most unwise. And why is that? I'm sure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? And they say house cats don't come when they're when called. Follow me, promise. They have kidnapped her father. But again, the fact that it's her father doesn't change how she's going to react immediately. If this is what's happened.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us? Jaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here. Take a good look at him. Go on, look. Surely you recognize your real father.
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted Sellsworth. He heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true? Is Humoruk my... Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me. If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
You despicable, heartless fiend! Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages! Come on then! You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight!
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking. Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue.
By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him. Well, what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right.
Cowards don't stand a chance against me. You should back down before you get hurt. Don't worry, the scary adventurer won't try anything funny.
Foreign scum! Who are you to mock me? And kill you all!
Wonderful, you just gave me permission to join the fight.
I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
But we successfully made him angry.
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember? I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people.
I mean, I called it. Whether he was her father or not, she would act in exactly the same way. In this battle, you will play as Valigarmanda. Though skillful combat, or through skillful combat, Valigarmanda will gain resolve. She needs to unleash powerful limit breaks. Not only do these attacks deal great damage, they will recover HP. Use them early and often to emerge victorious. Do not save your limit breaks. Duly noted. Alright, we've been wanting to kick this guy's ass for a while now. What do we have? Any of the weapon skills are not ready. Using one succession. I can move things around, can't I? You. Oh, I can't move it around. I can't put it where I usually have my personal heal, which is here. Okay, we'll keep it where it is. That's a ranged attack. Gap closer. Okay. This is a heal, is it just a heal? Increases the maximum HP by 20% and restores the amount increased. Increases HP recovered via healing actions to self. Okay, so we don't want to be using it as a response to an incoming attack. We want to be using it afterwards, otherwise we waste the extra health. Right.
Come, you mangy house cat, so I can rip you to pieces. You to shreds!
We won't gain strength again from her revolt.
My magic should be more than enough for Miss Mittens. I'll make you eat dirt.
I think the base combo doesn't provide any healing.
We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior.
Ah!
sentence is no longer amusing me, brother.
This rite has taught me so much. About my nation, my people, and myself.
Okay, they're donut AoEs.
What? Can't keep up.
How do you like this? Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
I finally understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
Irritating pest!
It's time we finished her.
This is the end for you, kitten. Know your place.
Not enough to claim the title of Dawn Servant.
This works because it should give us
Carry
extra
on
healing.
Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
Or is this the AoE combo? That might actually be the AoE combo.
I'll grind you beneath my heel. Flee-ridden upstart! Why won't you die? Fine. I'll show you the true power of the Blessed.
I will be the next Dawn Servant, and I'll protect my people's happiness to the last. That's why there's no way I'll ever lose to the light of you.
What? But that was everything I had! I can't stand it anymore! Attack!
And that is why we have these wands. Ah! I want to push a button for sprint. They don't have one.
This is our fight! Stay out of it! You bring shame upon us! You think we care about your stupid pride? This is for Mamook! We cannot lose!
Oh, the great Bakul Jaja needs help, I see. Send your whole army, you still won't win. I will prove that my allies are right to believe in me.
Such confidence. Changed
She wasn't like this before!
She is getting more and more powerful as this goes on. Finish him. I was very, very worried for several points there. We'll have that back.
I reclaim what you stole.
No. How can this be? How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanuhanu, releasing Valigarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
No. No.
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamook. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you all right? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me...
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Gulul Jaja's daughter, and Tulihyolal's next Dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
How's all your days been? Ours were relatively uneventful. Did something happen while we were away? There was a certain satisfied air about you. Arnville's tour was both educational and exciting. I can only hope we can persuade him to conduct another in the lower forest. As weathered as our promise looks, she's positively glowing with confidence. What in the world happened? The twins ran me from one end of Uktuuma horizon to the other, asking about everything of remote interest along the way. Sounds about right. Seems we're the last to return. I'm glad everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me, keeping out of the fight even when it got dire. Couldn't have been easy for you. But Brook Jar Jar won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I wanted to prove myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help when I need it, of course. I know better than that now. Earlier, in the Second Promises camp,
the passage to Mamook remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover. Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Pibil?
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tudi Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I failed to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time, they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself. By not being my usual self so much.
Alrighty then. I see just the one. Am I wrong on this? Zoom in, enhance. Ah no, there's another one over here. There are two of them. We have side quests to do. That takes precedence over the main MSQ because that means the main MSQ is about to leave this area. So let's get these done. Plus they tend to be interesting stories, the ones directly tied to Aether Currents. Now, do we have once again one that only requires a single quest and one which is a quest chain? This one is a chain, clearly given by the fact that it has a background. That's how you tell a quest chain apart from a normal quest. Tiro seems to be taking your measure from afar and appears pleased with what he sees. Hello there, Nathan. You don't know me, but I've seen you keeping company with the third princess, and I've been wanting to speak with you, if you have a moment. The name's Tataru. Very close to Tataru. I'm going to call you Tataru, just because. And I'm a hunter here. Well, almost a hunter. I have need of a strong arm to accompany on my next foray, and I'd be honoured if it belonged to one of Wuklamat's mighty companions. I know you must be a busy man, but everyone else has their own duties to attend to, and our village has a rule that none can hunt alone. I'd be forever grateful if you'd join me. Just tell me what to kill. Sorry, wrong screen. Thank you. I need to take every chance I have to gain experience, if I want to be accepted by the more senior hunters. And working with you is sure to be enlightening. Great, then let's be off. The hunting ground is to the north. See you there, Nathan. That's good, because we wanted to head to the north. There's an Aether Current up there we've yet to grab. The quarry is the Tilia. They're quick and clever, a challenge for any hunter, but their meat is tasty enough to make it all worth the trouble. They're particular to sea trap, or partial to sea sap, so they're often up among the branches nibbling away. If we wait at the base of the tree, covered in the stuff, they'll probably come down and defend their score. Of course, they aren't the only animals roaming the wilds. The stealthy, I mean, they're not very stealthy. We can see this giant thing standing directly behind you. Vustrella Brax have made meals of more than one innocent soul, so keep an eye out, eh? I'll be nearby trees. I'll try the nearby trees. You should go a bit deeper into the forest so that we can cover more ground. Meet me back here once you're done, and good luck. It says there's one south, but we know there is one up here. Northeast. So that probably puts it somewhere over here-ish then. Let's start on the left-hand side and then swing right. this was not the thing we were sent to kill. But let's go this way anyway. That says to the east. That pier over there. It'll still be faster to go around, because I don't think this river or this lake is deep enough to swim underwater in. Oh, bollocks. If it was, then it would be quicker to dive in it, go underwater, rather than run around, but... Is it on the pier like I think it is? Northwest. There it is. Wasn't quite that far away. And it'll be quicker just to teleport back. How long did I leave it on the right-hand screen? You made it. I've only just returned myself. I'm eager to compare our catches. What? This is Vusa Brax. You went against it alone and won? I know this isn't exactly what I was looking for, but like I said, these pose a danger to the whole village. Having one fewer hungry Brax out there is something we can all be thankful for. I had a feeling about you, and I'm glad to know I was right. I'm sure they'll let us attempt the trial after this. I suppose I ought to explain. You see, the reason I'm so keen to gain an experience as a hunter, I want to join the Brethren of the Brax. But they won't accept just anybody. No, only hunters with finely honed skills and intuition are even considered. I still remember the day I decided I would be one of them. I was young, foolish, and thought I could hunt on my own in defiance of the rules. And then to be snuck up on me, its fangs bared. I thought I was done for, but an arrow struck it down. It was one of the Brethren of the Brax. He saved me, and ever since I've wanted to do the same. To watch over the forest and keep it safe in place for others. Or keep it a safe place for others. I can't think of a better way to spend my days. But their trial is conducted in pairs. I'd ask one of the brethren to assist me, but all of them have been so busy lately. They aren't forthcoming with the details, but I've gathered that the beasts of the forest have been behaving strangely lately. Either way, they have bigger things to worry about than the ambitions of a novice. But you're good as any of them. If we can do the trial together, then we're sure to make it through. Please say you'll help me. This is my chance to finally be of use. That trial is as good as done. If you think I'm good enough, nah. We have enough confidence about ourselves to know that we're one of the best fighters on the planet at this point. We would be foolish to consider that we aren't one of the best fighters on the planet, given everything we've been through. We literally saved the universe. That's what I wanted to hear. There's no one else I'd rather have. This brings me one step closer to my dream, and I have to do everything in my power to go the rest of the way. So yeah, as I was saying, with the screen on the wrong, with the camera on the wrong screen, If they have an image banner like this, they're typically part of a quest chain rather than just a single quest, and that makes them worth doing. Tataru would share the bounty of the forest with his village. Now that I have another hunt under my belt and a worthy partner, I can finally ask the Brethren to let me undertake their trial. But first, we have to bring our catch back to the village and divvy it up. Why don't you help pass it around? I'm sure everyone will be overjoyed to get a delivery from none other than the Third Promise's companion. Don't worry, I'll take care of the messy parts and cut our quarry up into the proper portions. Meet me in the village when you're ready. Ready to get these bits and pieces into the right hands? Good, because I've just finished separating them. I want you to bring the best pelt and bone, of the bunch to the weaponsmith. He's always taken good care of me, and I'd like to repair him in some small way. Byron. Takiki gets the meat. She's the wife of one of the Brethren's fiercest hunters, and if I'm going to join them, I best pay my respects. As for the rest, I know more than a few village matrons who would love something special to feed their families. I'll handle that. Give the others my regard, Nathan. Come back, Rin! Okay. Oh, hello. Are you looking for Vilroar? I'm afraid his duty has taken him away for a while. No, I have some meat for you. This lean red meat is often served in stews throughout the households of Ixbrax. Oh, this is from Tataru. It looks delectable. I think I'll serve it tonight, in fact. Speaking of which, when is young Tataru planning on undertaking the trial? Vor was supposed to be his partner, but lately the Brethren have had their hands full. I only hope their work settles down soon. Who can say when they'll be? Where are you, weaponsmith? Up here. I am the weaponsmith here. You say you got something from Tataru? This bone is used in the constructions of both weapons and shields. The soft yet sturdy pelt of the Titanian is favoured of smiths and tailors alike. Ah, these are excellent. I see the needle, see this needle-shaped bone. It's supposed to be, or it supports the Tataru's webbed wings, and can be carved into deadly spear tips. The pelt is surprisingly sturdy as well. The Brethren of the Bracks have been ordering more equipment lately, and supplies are running low. This will help us meet their needs for a while longer. Give Tataru my thanks, will you? I wonder if Tataru will be involved in this expansion at all. So, how are the old man and Tataiki? I hope they enjoyed their gifts. I can say for certain that the matrons did. It is customary for the hunters to share their catch with the whole village. It makes us all one big happy family. And guess what? While I was on my errand, I ran into one of the Brethren. I told him I was ready for the trial, and he accepted. He said to be ready soon. Ooh, now I'm starting to get nervous. Tataru needs to focus before his trial. Oh, this is the moment I've been dreaming of, but I can't shake these butterflies in my stomach. Being nervous is only natural, which is true. Maybe you should try to distract yourself. Distracting himself will only temporarily move or make the nerves go away. They'll still come back. Being nervous is only natural. You're right. I need to clear my head. Why don't you come with me? I've always found taking the views at Night Stalker's shadow puts my mind at ease. And where is that? Some distance to the east. Let me pull up once I have myself a straight line that I can run along. Aether currents. Travel. Aether currents. We've only found 3. We found 2 along the quest path and then 1 that's in a random location. Again, working on the assumption that my guess they'll all be the same is correct. Well, there's our blue. I wonder if the game would stop us from jumping off at this point. I mean, we can get back up. We can teleport. And strictly speaking, if we're not in combat, we can survive a fall like this. I almost forgot how calming this place is. Coming here was the right decision. Before us stretches the Yak T'el Highland. Go on, Nathan, take it all in. Why do they call it the Highland when it's the Lowland? Trees as far as the eye can see. Underneath their branches live the Mamook, who we fought against long ago. For so long. The Brethren of the Bracks were formed during that conflict, and the very whispers of their presence struck fear into the hearts of our enemies. They will be sent off into battle with rousing words. Fearless warriors, go forth into your domain. The forest bows to your might. Equalled only by the wild bracks, the forest falls silent at your footfall, for the predators are come. After the Dawn Servant broke a peace between our people, the name was taken up by a group of mostly seasoned hunters. Their duty was no longer to fight, but to protect the forest and serve its people. But the Bracks is the king of the entire forest, who claimed its. Those who claim its name should do more to honour it. Yak T'el doesn't end at these cliffs, as you can see. But even so, the Brethren don't watch over the Yak T'el. Oh, Heartland, my bad. Even though the war is over, Ixbrax and Mamook stand apart in these intense silence. So tense that our hunters dare not set foot outside their path, onto the path below. But I think we can do better. We all live under the same bars, after all. Why shouldn't we hunt together? Why shouldn't we work hand in hand to keep our homes safe? Do you really think it's possible? Truth be told, I know it won't be easy as things are, but that just makes me want to try harder to make this dream come true. So first things first, I passed the trial and joined the Brethren. Everything starts from there. Thank you for joining me on this bit of soul searching. The road ahead feels clearer now. And next onto our path is the trial. I don't know how to pronounce that. RRAL. Valvor. Vuxvul, Valvul, and the others are meant to test our metal at the Exborix Cinderfield. We've hunted together already, Nathan, and now we fight together. Let's show them what we've got. Are we heading there now? We are heading there now. That will put that directly down there, which is of no help. We'll be facing another pair of hunters. The Brethren have taken the time to arrange this despite how busy they are. So I hope that means they see something in me. I don't see them anywhere though. I guess there's nothing for it but to wait here. Oh, the butterflies in my stomach are back. Southwest, that puts it roughly the location of the one we already passed. Tataru has a nervous look on his face. Where are they? Is this part of the trial? Oh, this isn't good. Maybe we weren't supposed to hunt one of the animals, or maybe we're supposed to hunt one of the animals around here. But if I'm wrong and the others come while we're gone... Tataru! Valrux, you're alone? I thought the trial was... Plans have changed. Beasts not native to these parts were sighted in the south. They look like walking blue flowers, but they have the appetites of a predator. We must track them down and stop them before any of our own comes to harm. Help us do that, and the Brethren of Brax will welcome you with open arms. I take it you're here to act as Tataru's partner. Even if the Third Promise deems you a worthy ally, then I'll be glad... Oh. If even the Third Promise deems you as a worthy ally, then I'll be glad to have you along this hunt. My partner and I will go after the beasts heading towards the village. You two head south and find out where those blue-flowered beasts are coming from. And if you run into any, slay them there and then. Consider it done. May your quarry fall swiftly. Come with me, Nathan. Okay. I don't remember if we checked for an Aether Current when we was down here for... Are you the other A rank? You are the other A rank. We must have changed map. Because we haven't been around long enough for these things to respawn. Okay, there is one directly south of here. Good to know. I got one, but they just keep pouring forth from Yaktika Heartland. A few got away and fled deeper into the Cinderfield. Can you go after them? I'll stand watch over this area in case any more are here. Ah, so they're this kind of planet. Here they are. resisted the stun! I'm not used to normal monsters resisting stuns! I call foul. That looks like this ends at a cliff face, so... Or maybe it's less a cliff face and it is actually a way down. Yeah, there's a passage downward there, but I'd be willing to bet... that could be on either side of this. I'm gonna go there. I am wrong, it is not there. Is it actually down? Southeast. Oh, it's on the other side inside. Thankfully, we can jump over to that side from here. And that answers that question. We are not allowed to jump off into the underpart. That was an invisible wall. And that was considered one off the beaten path. And if it's going to find another one, it'll be one that's down there. Yeah, that's west directly off the cliff. There may yet be one on the other side. Nathan, I knew you would make quick work of these things. I searched the nearby area. I think we took care of all of them, for now. The other hunters should have made their way back to the village by now, so let's catch up with them and give them the good tidings. And since there is a tiny part of the map we haven't uncovered yet, let's just do that while we're here. Yep. There isn't one over here. Okay, there is still part of the upper part of the map we haven't actually explored yet, but I get the feeling it's part of the path down we're supposed to take. If we pop you over to the map for the time being, obviously there's a path down here, but it looks like there's a path down here as well, and we've not seen this bit. There's clearly a little bit of extra here, and the rest of this seems to be all the lower lands. Nathan, you'll be glad to know that the beasts have been exterminated, and no one from the village was hurt. That's about as good as an outcome as we could have asked for. But as glad as I am, I still had to rely on you to finish what I started, even though it was all a test of my skill. I don't know if I deserve to be part of the Brethren. Ah, but you are forgetting the most important rule of our Brotherhood. And Tataru. I am? None must hunt alone. Why do you think this rule exists? And why do you think the trial is done in pairs? The wild beasts of the forest fight with desperation to survive. In contending with such foes, even a single moment of carelessness can prove fatal. Any hunter who thinks they can protect the forest and its people alone won't live as a hunter for long. You're right, Warvor. How could I have forgot? I still have so much to learn. That you do, but this all started when you realized you needed Nathan's help, and for that, you should be commended. For that choice led to the eradication of the flowered beast from our homes, and allowed us to locate their source. You followed my orders most admirably, and I look forward to seeing how you perform on your next duty. Does that mean... From this moment forward, you are one of the Brethren of the Bracks. We are brothers, and I will forge you into a hunter we can rely on. I won't disappoint you. As for you, Nathan, I'm sorry you got dragged into our crisis, but considering our homes are safe, and I now have a new brother, I'm grateful to your presence. Thank you for agreeing to be my partner, Nathan. As a full-fledged hunter, I am ready to make all my dreams a reality. Just you watch. Your work starts now, Tataru. Come with me. Of course. Well, Nathan, I suppose this is goodbye for now. I hope to see you around Ixbrax again. I imagine the next time we see you, it will be from the other end of the Mamulja multi-quest Aethercone quest. And that you will get your dream sooner rather than later. Okay, one more. This one should be a single quest. Unfortunately, we have to run all the way over to the airship landing to get it. I say should be if it follows the same pattern as the previous two maps. The young expelled needs someone to follow a suspicious individual. Ho there, friend. I require someone with a stealthy tread to help me shed light on a little mystery. Interested in a bit of work? Recently I have observed one of the older residents of Ixbrax coming and going from the Zobrixit Cinderfield. Quite unusual, since that place is nothing but a barren wasteland, ravaged by war. Of course, I don't want to be seen as prying into private matters, so can I ask you... so I can't ask the others about it. If he's up to no good, I need to know about it. Would you follow him for me? He usually makes his regular journey to the Cinderfields around this time. Once you find him, stick to his tail, but don't get too close, or else this will all be for nothing. Okay. Let's get over there and then I will answer the call of nature that feels like it's brewing. B rank on our left hand side. Alright, one moment please, I'll be right back. I assume I'm not near anything that's going to try and kill me? Good. Okay, back again. Let's follow this person. If you're not doing anything untoward, why are you looking behind you? Suspicious. There's someone there. I actually misunderstood what those outlines those mean. They mean if they turn around, they will see me. I feel eyes on my back. They're not on your back, they're on your shoulder. Just my imagination. Yeah, it's quite literally an indication that if they turn around, then they will see us. So while we are hidden from their view, they're not there. Where's our next? Oh, you're going to run, are you? Wee bit more problematic. I don't know whether or not the bush does not block us. Oh, god damn it. In spite of the fact that you can't actually see through the bush doesn't block us, so they actually spotted us. Bollocks. Bullshit. I call bullshit. Nonsense, I say. Pure nonsense. Right, no one saw me. I just have to wait until the goods get here. Maybe I'll go home for dinner. Oh, did you follow me here? I guess I wasn't as sneaky as I thought. But I'm not doing anything wrong, despite how this looks. I'm trading with the Mamook, all under the blessing of Humuhuk. We have to be secretive about it, though. You see, we deliver valuable foodstuff to the Mamook, meats and vegetables, that are hard to come by in their parts of the woods. And in return, we get Yak T'el's bananas. Each party leaves their goods in the cart and collects them when the other is out of sight. For a while, after hostilities ceased, trade didn't have to be so cloak and dagger, but many of the Mamuja who are willing to embrace change have left for Turiola, and those who remain bear old grudges. So we choose a path of discretion, of course. I don't blame the people of Mamook. Even in Ixbrax, there are those that can't forgive the past. Trading like this appeases both sides, even though our dealings aren't exactly unknown to most. I take it the one who asked you to follow me was young, yes? Too young to know how to overlook an old man wandering in these blasted wastes. Anyway, it's time I took my goods and returned home. If you could tell that lass you lost sight of me, I'd be grateful. She'll accept the truth more easily if she discovers it for herself. Teleporting is probably slightly quicker, but only slightly. I wonder if we'll get to the next dungeon today. We're 5 hours in, and at most we've got a 7.5 hour stream. If we don't get one dungeon down each day, then we're not going to be done by Friday. Which isn't a problem as such, I just would have liked it to be done by the main story quest by Friday. Excuse me. After all, we have to level crafters and gatherers, and then I need to decide whether or not I actually want to bother with savages and experts. The problem with savages and experts is I've never... or I can do them, but I don't tend to stick with them. The furthest I've done is I did E1 and E2 on release, and then I did E3 and E4 in approach to the release of the next expansion, and then I joined a static and we did E5 through 8. Well, this is S, Savage, E5 through 8S. But I never went back and did E9 through 12. I also did P1 and 2, but I never did any P afterwards. Admittedly, my Crohn's colitis does make that kind of commitment problematic. It might be fixing itself, I don't know. It's really hard to know. When there is variation on a day-by-day basis, it's hard to know whether or not the overall... whether there's an overall improvement. Certainly, on Friday and today, I've needed to go less, but I've still felt like felt like there is stuff waiting to go most of the day. Is that an improvement? Because certainly on the other days, I haven't had, or I've needed to go more than usual. We did stab ourselves with the, what's it called? Inflixima? Something like that. The second immunosuppressant. I take it every other week via a subcut injection, which is on Monday. So in theory, this week should be better than next week. So I should probably be paying attention as to whether or not that is actually true. Again, hard to know. He was too quick for me. Really? Then, well, these things happened, I suppose. Nevertheless, I thank you for trying. Truth be told, I do have a theory as to what he's up to. You see, every once in a while I spot people feasting on Yak T'el bananas. They never say where they got them from. But if that man is venturing into the lower forest, he could be the one smuggling them. But it's too soon to go around making accusations. I'll look into the matter until I find the truth. Let's both be quiet about this, eh? As promised, you deserve a reward. Safe travels. Okay, back to the MSQ. Wook Lumat wishes to know how traversable the Tynimbic traverses. So what's the state of the Tynimbic traverse? Still being cleared, I assume. Humun Rook said he would notify us as soon as the work was done. Then perhaps now be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Wuklumat's stolen keystone. The next feat will be our last, after all. I already got it back. What? When? Not to mention how. This Brook Jar Jar, this is Brook Jar Jar we're talking about. So I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. You bested Brook Jar Jar in single combat. Bravo. What can I say? I have good friends to encourage and cheer me on. There you are. Our excavators have contacted me with news of their success. The Tynimbic Traverse is now safe for travel. And we can finally make for Mamook. Come to think of it, isn't that Brook Jar Jar's home? We can only hope its residents don't share his winning personality. If it is indeed the city where the Ketenram first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility awaits us. I would not be so certain. It is true the Dawn Servant received Kiti Ram in Mamook. It was instrumental in the establishment of friendly relations between the Ixbal and the Mamulja. But since that time, most of the Mamulja who supported this peace have left the city in favour of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamook, and while these traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear any great love for outsiders. Whatever they're like, the people of Mamook are still Turiolan. If I'm to be a Dawn Servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way then. I'm glad I could learn about where I came from, and eat so much Zebusk Pibil besides. Thanks for everything, Hamaruki. Till next time, take care. She's not going to bring it up. First we make our way across FFXIV Cinderfield, due southeast. Okay, so we are heading over to that one. That being the case, we should head directly south first, just in case. How you have grown indeed. Okay. We need to make sure. What say the compass? There is one this way. Is that a path that actually goes all the way down or just into there? Somewhere near here? Southeast. Northeast. There it is. This just leads into this quarry. You know what? I think the World Fate boss spawns in here for this area. It looks exactly like a boss arena would. Before we head over, we may as well get this last little bit of land. Yep, that indicates that that one is straight off the cliff edge, which is fine. There we go. We may as well run around. Just set it to auto run. And have a cup of tea while I tap Q&E. Flying nutkins. Giant flying nutkins. I wonder if the first and second promises have already arrived in Mamook. I filled my bag with the Zabrik's pupil before we left, but I'm down to my last serving already. If Brooke Jar Jar ran in this direction after losing to Waklumat, then he undoubtedly was returning to Mamook. Oops, I meant to talk to Alizé. The traverse will bring us straight into Yak T'el Heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest is green? I mean, if you just stood on the cliff's edge and look out, you can quite clearly see that this part of the forest is blue. This path is quite steep, isn't it? Now let us take our time and descend safely. Or I could get on my chocobo and just run down like a madman. I spoke with one of the excavators on my way down. Apparently, Brooke Jar Jar cleared away one of the fallen trees remaining by barreling through it. That Waklumat single-handedly defeated someone possessing of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. Still, we ought to proceed with caution. There's no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. Oh, and Vayod said that this traverse was dug to facilitate incursions into the forest above. Intentions notwithstanding, you have to admire the dedication. I mean, this is a pretty big cave system to dig out just to be able to get upstairs. Looks like another location of fate could spawn. Whereas this just looks like a fishing spot. Just look at this thing. What a vibrant glow. Alluring, isn't it? In more ways than one. Take my paring stone and hold it close to the glowing rock. What is this thing? A tool used by gleaners to identify certain geological properties. As you hold the paring stone in the soft glow, it affixes itself to the boulder with surprising force. Paring stones are naturally magnetic, and that's a meteorite filled with iron, one of many remnants of an ancient meteor shower. The heterogeneous ether they emit causes surrounding flora to grow unique hues, as you can see. So these glowing boulders came plummeting down from the heavens? Vidral be merciful. There you are. She's found her ruins. Blue. It's all blue. A far cry from the upper forest indeed. This place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamook can tell us about it. Keep running. Almost there. Ways south. Ah, an etherite. One moment. Big glowy crystal standing behind you, can't be ignored. I've introduced myself to the big glowy crystal, we can talk now. I wonder what the final feat will be. Rather more quiet than I expected. Now to see whether or not Hunmoon Rook's fears were founded. And here we finally are, now to find the Elector. This is also my first time visiting Mamook. I have no experience interacting with the locals. But given Hunmoon Rook's parting words, I would advise a cautionary approach. See if you can't convince Waklumat to be cautious as well. I'm not sure if that's possible, but we'll try. Finally, Waklumat is eager to make progress. Well, we all know what comes next. Let's find that Elector. Two streets seem to converge upon this plaza, so I propose we split our numbers between them. Given Harum Rook's guidance, I would also suggest we err on the side of caution and move through the city in pairs. Orenveld can come with me, Alazega with Kryl, that leaves Nathan to accompany Waklumat. If these arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction, then may our representative searches prove fruitful. You can still hear me, right? And see me? Yes, why? Why did you say that? Ah. We are being ignored. Belligerent. Your words may as well be ambient noise for all the care this citizen pays to you. As you begin to speak, the man abruptly turns and leaves. Please tell me you've had better luck. No one will talk to you either. I was prepared for hard stares and harsh words, but this is something else. That building there looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go in and take a look. A merchant wouldn't ignore us, surely. Stop following me. I wasn't following you, but now you make me want to follow you. If you had said nothing, I wouldn't bother. Fine, I won't harass you. The quest's in here anyway. Hello there. I would like to ask you something, if you don't mind. Move along, outsiders. We're just trying to find someone. The Dawn Servant Selector. Could you tell us where they are? How are we supposed to find the Elector if no one will even speak with us? Everyone, can you hear me? Come to the massive stone structure on the west side of the city as quick as you can.
Up there.
Bested by a mere shade.
Sororcha? Papa?
Not as you know him. What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawn Servant as he was in his prime.
The Channeler is Zerelja, Autarch of Mamook and Elector for the feats of the Brotherhood.
Truly Yolal's mightiest warrior, yet wisest you are not. You who spurned your retainer's aid when battling your betters.
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short, but that is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed elector. Soralja, as of this moment, you are no longer a claimant. I disqualify you from the right of succession. Be gone from my sight.
This isn't over yet. I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
When Soralcha was defeated, he tried to take the Keystone by force, but he was thwarted by Father Shade.
My dearest child, welcome home. This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Gulul Jaja. But ere we begin, I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come. Show me your tablets. What is this? Where are your keystones? Explain yourself, boy! No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan.
what keystones you lack, you can easily take.
I tried. But I couldn't. I cannot beat her.
You mean to tell me that you, glory of Mamook, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors? You are as useless as your siblings. A failure. Leave and never return! You have no place here!
Let's go, brother.
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it! But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule. And in the next rite of succession, we will present a better claimant. So come, stand before me, and fall.
I won't do your trial.
Oh? You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamook. The Mamulja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn.
Do as you will. But until you triumph over the Shade, you shall proceed no further.
Promise, I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
East. Yeah, there is one that we've missed. Back towards the Aetheryte. Thought we probably had. First promises attendance just now. What did his words not strike you as strange? I will be the one to reach the Golden City, as though he intended to venture there with or without Zul'Jah. I have heard about this channel in art before. Passed down through certain clans, it employs arcane implements to produce smoke from which mages can conjure a shade. That was a dramatic escalation. It's hard to believe Zul'Jah was bested in battle. The Elector we have met thus far have all had their peculiarities, but each we felt would judge the claimants equally. This Zealjar, however, seems set on his belief that only the blessed siblings are worthy of the throne. Why would the Dawn Servant name an openly biased man elector? Worrying over Zealjar won't get us anywhere. That lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we've arrived. We should go and meet with her, hear what she has to say. Western outskirts, right? Whereas that is to the east. We will have to hope that we'll be heading back that way at some point. If Zealjar is Bunawar, and he is Hobigi, or Hobigo, then whatever her relation to Zealjar, I hope we can trust her. We could do with at least one ally in this city. She looks troubled. To bid us thus meet her in private. This is both an important and delicate matter. Finally, a real conversation. Thank you for coming. My name is Mimila Jar. Here we talk freely, away from prying eyes. And what is you wish to talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamook? We don't have much to say yet. No one wants to speak with us. All who remain in this city are devoted to the traditional ways. They believe the blessed siblings are superior, that only they are worthy to lead the people of this continent. Most would not deign to address outsiders, deeming them beneath notice. Sounds like an ideal community so far as Mamook Jar Jar is concerned. I am tired, exhausted by this senselessness. There are others like me, but we dare not speak our truth aloud. Yet now we have the opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested Brooke Jar Jar. You, and a Brixel, inferior by all presumptions, triumphed over our two-headed champion. This time, anyway. Next time I might not be so lucky. Brooke Jar Jar is just that strong. I seriously don't understand why he cheats so much. It seems to me he would do better if he just trusted his own abilities. He is desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. Malu Jar Jar of the Silver Scale, for one. He travelled across the salts in search of conquest, only to be overcome. But no matter how the individual may falter, the people still believe in blessed siblings' supremacy. Because of my father. He who united Tural under one rule, who in their eyes stands as testament as to the traditional infallibility. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph has only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, as both his daughter and claimant to his legacy, your triumph could prove that Guru Jar Jar's true strength lies not in his birth, but in his character. And in so doing, you may give us the strength to renounce blessed siblings forever. I can understand wanting to forsake zealotry, but isn't forsaking two-headed Mamook going a bit far? You must decide that for yourself. whether the price we pay is worth an empty dream. I am minded of the flash we got from Budruk Jar Jar when he fled. It wasn't there long enough for me to take it all in, but it looked like a lot of discarded eggs. Which makes me think that attempting to breed a blessed sibling often ends in failure, and that basically a lot of potential young have died as a result, or not been born as a result of trying to force the matter. For lack of a more elegant way of explaining my thoughts. Mamila Jar has something to show you. There is a place that will help you understand our plight. It lies far to the west of here. Follow me. If this is what I think it is, it's not going to be pretty. You won't find sites like this anywhere else. Is that a meteorite up there? Aye, and judging by their attachment, that tree must benefit from the meteorite's unique ether. Anyway, we should press on. Mamila Jar was anxious for us to see whatever it is she has to show us. The tree is hugging the meteorite. Okay, next one's up there somewhere. Northwest, not in the direction we're heading in a minute. The canopy blocks out the sun so completely. It's as if we're in a room without windows. Hunting camp, like as not. I'd love to talk to Mamulja hunters and learn about their ways, except they'll probably ignore me. The others have continued on. Let's catch up with them. Northwest. We should probably do a bit of a sweep on the way back of the north side. I imagine we're probably going to go up north. Actually, we should probably sweep south. A cavern, and it looks deep. I was not aware that such a tunnel could be found from the Yak T'el heartland. A well-kept secret indeed. What are we looking at then? Having seen how dark this forest is, I can understand why so many Mamulja choose to live in Turiolo instead. The place I would show you is just ahead. Is this the place you wanted to show us? It lies just beyond this passage. Entry to these grounds is not permitted even to the devout. Nevertheless, I would reveal our secrets to you. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility. Come, see for yourself the truth of the blessed.
I shouldn't have looked down.
The stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
To erect it there would have been no small feat.
The work of Yakui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
Altered? To what end?
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
I thought I saw someone riding these. Kind of half expected that these would be a beast tribe, sorry, allied society mount.
A cool cha-cha.
What? Couldn't wait to laugh at the failure?
You've always come here to cry. Ever since you were little.
Mother!
Well, that was obvious.
The third promise seeks to learn about Mamook. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
Fine. Perhaps it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Blessed as we are. Here. This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Mamook. An infant. We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits. Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibral was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born. One blessed with 2 heads and tremendous power. When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. The Shibral had no answer, and we drove them all the way back to the trees above. That taste of victory awakened our greed. We became obsessed with conceiving more and more of these superior children, no matter the cost. Of the countless born, most die, trapped in their shells. Only 1 in 100 survive. If we are blessed, it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters, who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamook.
That's horrible.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back. Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed, no matter what. To fail would mean it was all for nothing. Nothing. But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice.
No, we're not that heartless. We kind of half figured that this was what was going on. And if they're aware of it, then that's like 99 brothers and sisters they've lost to have everything put on their shoulders. I sympathise with your pain, but it doesn't excuse the way you've behaved.
I should never have been born.
You're wrong. You didn't ask to be born as you are, and you aren't responsible for your siblings' deaths. The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours. Since when do you let others push you around, Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
I want it to end. I don't want any more to die.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Taral. If we understand why they harbor such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
Take me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here. Moshutural Zush. There we will gather the people, and ask anything the third promise wishes to know.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends the Hubiko and Bunewa coloring. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust. People will do as you say if you show it to them. I'm sorry for what I've said and done. I don't expect your forgiveness.
You had your reasons. I'm glad I could know them. Which is to say, you're not a complete alpaca's ass.
Thanks, Wuklamat.
Well, maybe it's for the best. Hatred is exhausting, after all.
Indeed. So let us make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamook. We have much to discover.
Where's everyone else? Not here. Must have gone up ahead of us. Hey, Nathan, before we rejoin the others, can we talk for a moment? I really hated him, you know. Badruk Jar Jar, with every fibre of my being. He tried to ruin the Inihana, sabotage us on the river, kidnap me for my keystone, and release the most vicious Turuvara of all times. Everything he could do to cause us pain, he did. Never in a million years would I forgive him. But the moment I understand why he did what he did, the pain he's been carrying this whole time, my anger just evaporated. He still needs to make amends. I hear you. Brook Jar Jar's motives don't absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them, like anyone else. But right now, my duty is to ensure that no one in Mamook feels desperate enough to go to such lengths ever again. Anyway, thanks for listening. Now that I've voiced that, I feel readier for the challenges ahead. Come on, let's go back to the city. Back we go. Right, if they want us to go back to the city, we may as well take the opportunity to grab the Aetherites that are around here that aren't on this path here. I get the feeling that we will probably get sent up here at some point. So we'll get the ones any up here, over here, and over here. We should have 4 left. Where are we looking? Northwest. Somewhere over here. May actually be down at the bottom of the that little cliff. Northeast. There you are. There's one directly east. That probably means there isn't one down to the south here. There you are. Interesting. Oh no, you're just a normal one of those guys. I was going to say you're blue rather than red. But that would just be the difference between a normal one and the A rank. Where is that going to be? Could be either side of this. It's a pillar rather than part of a cliff. Here it is. What is the name of this place? This may have actually been the meeting place that they sent us to. Moxitula. Yeah, the quest was going to send us here. That was a quest location. That's fine. Southeast. Inside here, maybe. Oh, on top of it? No, there's no way to get on top of it. Not without flight. Directly east. There it is. And then one more after this, which we know is south of south of the city. So we'll teleport that. We'll grab it first and then we'll get the quest done. While we have it on our minds. Yeah. Directly south. That probably puts it in there rather than anywhere else. Southwest. Oh, there it is. We are literally standing on top of it. Okay, that's all of the Aether currents. We can close that window down now. The only ones that are left are ones for quests. Alright, it's almost time for another tea break, but we have enough time to get this next bit done. It's amazing how Rook Lamont can connect with anyone. She has an incredible gift. Sometimes it's best to just forgive and move on. It can be difficult. Gods, don't I know it. But that's all the more reasons to try your damnedest to look past how you were wronged and just let bygones be bygones. I had no idea Brook Jar Jar was bearing such a burden. Had he but chosen a different path? Still, I believe our true character is demonstrated not by right actions, but rather by our conduct upon recognizing our faults. It is a struggle, I know all too well. To think that there's such a dark secret behind the blessed siblings, even among the Mamook, I cannot imagine many know the whole truth, especially not those who reside in the capital. Brook Jar Jar's scale represents his faith in us. We won't fail him or his people. The only way to help Mook is to understand the Mamook. The only way to help Mamook is to understand Mamook. We won't let Brook Jar Jar down. Alphino is ready to bring the people together. We haven't a moment to lose. According to Milaja, Moxitulazu is an abandoned settlement northwest of the city. It should afford us the privacy we require. We must work quickly, lest Ziljar discovers our intentions. Fortunately, Brookjar thought to give us additional scales, so we might cover more ground in less time. Everyone should take one and get going. Use them to gather as many people as you can. Nathan, let's retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folks to lend an ear. Did I not tell you to move along? I can't be seen talking with the likes of you. A symbol of trust bestowed upon by Brook Jar Jar. Its blend of Hibigo and Bonoa colorings make its origin indisputable. A blessed scale, in outsider's hands. What business do you have with me? So Brook Jar Jar sent you to call an assembly. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I shall go to Moxitulazu at once. Actually, we will take our break now. So I'm going to go get myself a cup of tea. I'll be right back in 10-15 minutes. One moment, please. Alright, back again. Short of the call of nature, I shouldn't need to have another break. That said, my bowels are being strange today and I don't appreciate it, so there may be another call of nature, but hopefully not. That scale. If the Blessed trust you, then so will I. So, what did you require of me? Brook Jar Jar bids us come to Moxitulazul, a strange place for an assembly, but very well, I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams. Have you managed to gather some good folk? Wonderful. The esteemed Brook Jar Jar will be pleased. This fellow here is coming to Moxitul Zul as well. Zuja? Zuja? Apparently there's a Najul nursery to the west of Gulmaki Grove. Could go and see. Could you go and see who you can talk to there as well? I'll meet you at the location afterwards. There's just one more person I need to find. I don't think I've seen anything here that's level 95. But usually there's a dungeon on every single map. So it's a little weird. Ah, so this is where the rainbow bananas came from. Leave this place, outsider. Oh, my apologies. I was unaware. I thank you, Blessed Scale Bearer, for bringing me word of this gathering. I shall go to Moxitula Zujo at once. I guess we head there now as well. I have biscuits. One moment, please. They must be dunked in tea and consumed. Now only 4 biscuits remain. Whatever Brook Jar Jar requires me, I shall happily provide. What a curious place to gather. Now that I think on it, why would Brook Jar Jar grant you his scale? Where is Wook Lamat? Sorry to keep you waiting. You invited the second promise as well? Lameti, need I remind you that this rite is a competition? Says the person who dropped everything to run after her. Whatever advantage you're about to share with me, you ought to utilize to your own benefit. I have barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to the Golden City. I need your help. To complete the feat? No. Mamook has a problem, and I can't solve it on my own, and you're the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand, so that we might come up with a way to help them. Very well, I am at your disposal. Everyone, thank you for gathering on such short notice. I am Reignited, third promise of Tuluvalia. Promise? I thought you served Brook Jar Jar. You deceived us. No, they did not. The scale they have shown you were mine. I entrusted them to the third promise and her retinue. Why honor these outsiders so? Because Reignited has won my trust. Now you will hear her words. Brook Jar Jar shared with me the truth about the Blessed Siblings, about the price you paid to conceive them. As an outsider to your community, it is not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experience of its peoples, of their lives and their land. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering. If any here wish to break from the cycle of tragedy that created Blessed Siblings' demands, I ask that you join us. Please, I don't want any more of our children to die. You think we want this? We have no choice. Only a blessed sibling can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak with the third promise. Share with her your worries and your pains, and together we may find a new way forward. Together? If she is trustworthy, then I will speak with her. It would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot yet speak freely in your presence. Let's keep an eye out for Gilja. He wouldn't take kindly to this sort of gathering. Once we understand everyone's concerns, we'll be better equipped to help them. Let's make sure they feel they feel heard. Okay. Are we actually going to hear them, or do we need to talk to them manually to see? Even if Brooke Jar Jar's trusts the third promise, I don't know if I'm comfortable discussing this with her. I'm sure my son would have preferred to stay, but his presence alone still greatly sways our people's behaviour. To an end to blessed siblings. I don't know what to think or how to feel about this. Belief in blessed siblings and the salvation they would bring has sustained me for years and years, but if there is another way, if the third promise can truly help us. And now we come to the heart of it. Everyone looks uneasy, but their faith in Brooke Jar Jar guides them even now. Wook Lumat risks her standing in the right to attend to her people's needs. 'Tis a degree of selflessness few can claim to share. Not even I imagined my sister would one day befriend Brooke Jar Jar. I am glad Kona agreed to help us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me, not so much. But I'll support the Mamook people however I can. By combining our respective strengths, we'll help them discover a new source of hope. I know we will. Before she hears the people, Wook Lamat would like to ensure she is prepared. Alright Nathan, before we start, let's make sure we remember our history correctly. The Mamook and the Zabrail fought for centuries over the land in the upper forest, but due to infighting, Mamook forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, the Hibijo and the Bonua clans intermarried, and that's how blessed siblings were first conceived. With that in mind, let's talk to the people and learn why they rely on blessed siblings. Blessed siblings promise us more than strength. They promise us the sun. This forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Turiolo, most of our people didn't think twice. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating enough to keep many of us here. Blessed siblings are meant to deliver us from this accursed forest, to lead us to the fertile lands above, where we might make a place for the Mamook to abide in peace and plenty. You desire fertile land, one that is all your own. As you have noticed, this forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it through the canopies, so it feels like it's always night. We plough, we fertilize, we irrigate, yet our crops shrivel and die, as though cursed. The only one that grows well is Najuk, Yaktika banana in Toral. Try living on that and little else for a few centuries and see how you like it. A forest where nothing grows, it's not hard to imagine why you'd want to leave. Those who have known only open skies and bountiful lands cannot comprehend our plight. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force, and for that we need the might of the blessed siblings. There has to be another way to thrive, ways that don't require fighting. How about an artificial sun? Like the one in Labyrinthios? There have to be another way to thrive. Yeah, we read that. This land was once rich with ore, but the UQ did not stop digging until all the veins were spent. The meteorites are only good for so much. Even if we make overtures to traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would make me happier than to make a good life for my family in the place where I was born, but that's impossible. So with resources as sparse as they are, you don't have good prospects for trade. Well, I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone has their own perspective, but they're all their concerns were about the forest itself. Dark, infertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's little wonder that people here wish they had better land. And who better to get it for them than blessed siblings? It's hard to convince people to stay in a place that can't provide what they need. You'd think the meteorites, at least, would have value, but apparently not. Hold on, didn't Alanvale say something about the meteorites? That the aether they emit make plants grow blue? A rather significant physiological effect, I would say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover another way to influence the local flora. I notice a curious amalgam of trees and meteorites just south of here. Determinedly precise in how they interact with one another, may yet yield crucial insights. Everyone, I really appreciate you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks to your insights, we have a promising idea already. We just need a moment to investigate it further, so please, bear with us. We'll be right back. I'll watch over things here while you're away. Go on and help the third promise however you can. Okie dokie. Yeah, we're heading straight back over there. Time for another biscuit. I'll mute myself so you don't hear me crunching it. Tea and biscuits. Plants that shrivel as though cursed. I can hazard a guess as to why. Had I known that Yak T'el was battered by a veritable deluge of meteorites, I had known of meteorites long ago, but I never considered how their presence might be affecting the environment. Thank you for parking your chocobo on top of Alphano. What a remarkable tree. I hope it will provide us with some insight we need. At first glance, this forest seems a haven of mysterious beauty, but the reality of living here is quite another matter. It really is incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder. The meteorite's etheric emissions are palpable, even from this distance. Seeing this again makes me feel more confident in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect that only plants with an etheric affinity to these meteorites can thrive in this forest. If so, the gargantuan trees that created the dense canopy would, by necessity, possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned Najul tree. Indeed, I should like to analyze a sample of the meteorite before drawing any definitive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavour, but perhaps you and Kryl can lend me your expertise as well. I'd like to join you. The etheric signature of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what manner of species might fare well here. I think I see what you're getting at. If we can provide them if we can prove to them the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed, then maybe people won't feel blessed siblings are their only solution. So how can I help? Want me to climb the tree and break a piece off the meteorite off for you? There's plenty of fragments on the ground already. It should be enough for our purposes. If we gather about 5 pieces each. Even better if those fragments are gathered from disparate locations. I will collect your pieces once you have them. Alrighty then, where are we going? Oh, down. That is wind aspected colour, but the one we have in that image there is earth aspected colour. Yeah, this one is earth aspected colour. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it was just the colour of the water making it look green. The more fragments we gather, the better. Let's all do what we can. Ah yes, they are all earth aspected colour. Which means this just looks green because it's underwater, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get the camera low enough to prove that point. I have your crystals. Did you find your fragments? Softly glowing remnants of an ancient meteorite shower. Much obliged. Alphino, Kryl and I'll combine the samples together and conduct an analysis forthwith. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I'm hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. I'll tell my sister to await our arrival at Muxitulazula. So go on and meet her there. We will return with our results as soon as possible. The end goal, I believe, being finding plants or vegetables that will actually grow down here, other than the bananas. Prove that it's just a matter of having the right things rather than trying to grow whatever. We've done all we can. The rest we must leave to Kona and the others. I don't know the first thing about these Sharlayan devices of his, but if they can help the Mamook, I'm glad he has them. There's hope for this forest yet, Nathan. I can feel it. Rook Lamat is determined to find a solution for the Mamook. I'm sure Zriuljar would have choice words for us if he knew what we were up to. But his people are my people, and I cannot ignore their plight. If I'm to call myself Dawn Servant one day, I have to bring an end to this tragedy here. Many are dependent on me, Brook Jar Jar not least of all. Anyway, I'm sure Kona and the others will be back with their reports soon. Good, everyone is assembled. In light of our news, I thought it only right to call the others. Thanks to the efforts of all, I am pleased to say our analysis has yielded many valuable insights, and I dare say the prognostics is hopeful. Earlier, we asked about your about the hopes you placed in the Blessed Siblings and why they are important to you. Your overwhelming response was a frustration towards this forest. From a lack of nutrient or natural resources to an inability to cultivate crops. In all respects, you have every... Let's try this again. From a lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops, in all respects you have ever struggled to build a prosperous home, thus your understandable desire for new land. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forest uniquely valuable. That is, the soil. Our tests have proven, without a doubt, that Yaktika Heartland is abundantly fertile. This may be surprising to hear, as you have seen your crops fail time and time again, but we have discovered the root of this problem as well. The meteorites scattered throughout your forest emit an unusual energy that greatly influenced the development of surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive in this energy, like the Najuk, and the giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you know well, are sickened by it. Fortunately, the solution is simple. Across the salt, in a place called Charlian, there is a peerless collection of flora sampled from every corner of the world. Now that we know what the energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you seeds for starters, guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a few colleagues via Linkbill. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates can be shipped here in short order. Just as Eorzean acquired the Papoto and Tomato from Turiel, so too might the Mamook benefit from foreign crops. You mean we'll be able to grow more than Nanook here? Precisely. While care must be taken to choose these species that will not have an adverse effect to the ecosystem, your agricultural options should increase markedly. With the right crops, Mamook will have all it needs to prosper, both at home and in trade. Blessed Siblings don't have to be the answer anymore. Then, there was never a need to fight? Never a need to sacrifice? We cannot change the past, but we can try to make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. I know the Blessed Siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that idea can't be easy. But I'll prove that when we work together, our combined strength can achieve anything. Show us, promise. If there is another way for our children and our home, we'll no longer suffer in silence. Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. Would you say a few words, Nathan? Anything is possible when you work together. Our victory over Valigarmanda is proof of that. With faithful allies at your side, you can save even the entire star. In friends both old and new, you can find the light to banish the darkness. I think that last one is theoretically more apt for this location. given the fact that the darkness of this place is one of the problems. So yeah, in friends both old and new, you can find light to banish the darkness. Friends, a perplexing notion from an outsider, but not unwelcome. We've said what we wanted to say. Now all that's left is to defeat my father's shade in the feat of Brotherhood, and clear the way for Mamook's bright new future. Do not give us cause to question our faith in you. Please, live up to your words. I will. After we complete his feat, let's be sure to tell Zuljar the good news about his forest. I'm sure he's as eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods they'll grow here. Compassion even for the likes of him. You continue to eclipse me in every way. Then it's a simple choice. I get the feeling he's going to abandon his attempt. We're counting on you, Waklumat. He's going to abandon his attempt and basically side with us. Or more likely, side with his sister. But we'll see. We probably have enough time left in this stream to do this trial. Although there is still a dungeon approaching at some point. Wuklamat has gone ahead to announce her readiness. I never imagined the samples we so fervently collected for the Exodus would find new purpose here. But if they help people improve their prospects, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet our comrades where Zuljar made his own attempt. The final feat awaits. Yes, that's what I expected to see. I mean, this isn't going to be a trial, although it feels like it potentially should be. There's probably going to be that many people in it. I can offer moral support at best, for whatever it's worth. Good luck. Zuljar's intentions was for this feat to prove the superiority of blessed siblings, but Wuklamat shall instead prove that there are other ways for Mamook's people to empower themselves. Where did Kona go? Have you seen him? This feat may bring us close to the Golden City, but for now we must stand strong for the people of Mamook. Can you not stand on the quest giver? Thank you. Someone has gone to fetch Zuljar. He should be here soon. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Duty calls! Proceed!
Zerelja, I'm ready for the final feat.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamook and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now understand why I need to surpass blessed siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade, and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamook.
What drivel! Without the blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are, each and every one of us. But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe, even Valigarmanda.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever to have graced Tural.
Fine by me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside her.
Hello again.
Claimants are not permitted to assist one another. Second promise. But you may observe your sister's pitiable attempt.
I've announced my claim.
I see. In that case... It seems I'm no longer a claimant. I am now free to participate, I trust. What are you scheming? Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps. Not our brother. Not Bakul Jaja. And not me. You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne. This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
I could always count on you, Kona. Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might. Gulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed, arise!
Everyone ready?
As I'm gonna be.
No hard feelings, Papa. Got a lot of hopes riding on my shoulders. And the only way forward is through you.
Alright, let's see if we can remember the tricks he pulled. Because I get the feeling we're going to get a lot less warning this time about most of them. Okay, shall we?
Bear witness to our resolve.
And the reason which guides our journey.
So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
These blaze sundered Valigarmanda scales.
Blades of fire rain.
Take that!
Just focus.
What a chore. Ever hungry for battle. Go forth.
Oh, you very bastard!
How is this?
Some manner of paralyzing effect. Defend the afflicted!
We must free them! Target the constricting flames!
None can outrun my flames.
I'm gonna say we're not doing enough damage to them. That's better. That helps a lot.
Together, we shall triumph.
Nice, that half tracked him across the field.
You're not alone.
Ah.
not who you are. I applaud your tenacity.
Surely this will quench your thirst for battle.
resolve the risen Kindle. By crimson wrath be sundered.
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Will you have the strength to stand up to this?
Shield up. We don't have one. Not on this class.
I will be the next Dawn servant. I will protect my people. Is that the best you can do?
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet.
We will see Lamachi become Dawn servants. For Tuliyola!
Ah, we did this wrong. We've not got our buffs up and he doesn't have his debuff on.
That's my old man for you.
I refuse to accept this.
Ain't that a bit stubborn? Even for you.
Erugated? It couldn't be...
Tanqua! It's been too long.
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuklamat.
Tanqua?
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume?
No! Ketenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor. The one with the pickled cabbage.
We can talk about me cabbage later. Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuklamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory!
We're not minions, we're her friends and comrades.
Comrades, you believe a ruler should be reliant upon such?
Yours was?
Together, we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
How would you have us reclaim our glory?
With friendship and community. With us.
If you mean to rule, you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives. Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone.
Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time. You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Kona. Thank you.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
Nonsense. If you believe Wuk-Lamat is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but I am truly grateful to have met you.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking. But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
You've still malms to go yet, Wuk-Lamat. The rite ain't over till you find the City of Gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
Okay. Let's have a quick word with everyone. This might be a good place to end the stream. Even as a shade, the Dawn Servant's strength was incredible. I shudder to imagine how we might have fared without the Second Promise's support. The Second Promise has warmed a great deal since we first met him. I dare say that wise and witty duo has been of little of no little influence. Joyed though I am by this outcome, I am also eager to speak to Keteram while we have the chance. I am glad to see you all remain in one piece. Not like a bit of hardship to see precious children grow into fine adults. I will not stand in your way. But mark me, your victory does not afford you the authority to dictate our future. We will decide what is best for Mamook, no one else. Let us go and tell the people of our victory. Third promise. You brought everyone? We were just coming to you. We did it, Milaja. We proved to the Eschark, I had that word, never mind, that not even my father's full power could overcome the strength of our fellowship. I knew you would. I was right to trust you. You fulfilled your promise. Now it's our turn. You have shown us another way that we can build a life here we've always wanted, here in our homeland, without sacrifice. Since our new crop will come from across the salt, I suppose we will have to treat with outsiders as equals, of course. Inside or outside, we're all just people. No matter what we look like or where we're born. When you're not used to all the colour and variety, difference can feel like obstacles. But by learning more about what makes us different, we can also find common ground in places we never expected. Something new may become something you love. And someone you once hated might one day become your friend. You'll never know unless you keep an open mind, and while it may feel scary, taking the first step towards understanding is always worth it. Of course, learning about outsiders may well help Mamook grow. But what happens when they learn about us, about what we've done? They will not. For generations, our covenant has been kept secret, and so shall it remain. The atrocities committed here were facilitated by the Ustark. We and no one else are responsible. For my deeds, I am prepared to forfeit my life, but I will not suffer others to be damned alongside me. No one is being damned, and your life isn't forfeit. The last thing this city needs is more death. Brooke Jar Jar hasn't fought this hard for this long, only to lose his father. If you truly feel responsible, be the first person to extend understanding to others on behalf of Mamook. Your community is waiting for you, here and in Turalia. We can still make things right, my love. Choose a different side of history. Thank you, Third Promise. Thank you for everything. You still owe me an explanation. About that cabbage, you know. Feat of Brotherhood. We did make it an additional level. The people of Mamook have accepted you. Merchants and menders are now available for use. Without knowing how long this next quest is. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Do you have the Aphrodite on you? You do. Okay. This one might take a while. Yeah, if this has this on it, this one's going to take a while. So yeah, we will leave it there. Because I can also see on the map that the Aphicone quests are available. So, we'll end it roughly where we ended the previous episode, and that is, well, here. Just shy of being able to fly and moving on to the next area. So yeah, we will leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again same time tomorrow, basically all week. That'll be 2 PM BST. And we'll continue from where we've left off. I'll probably get some dailies done in the meantime to, again, continue bringing up the level of all of the classes so that we have them ready for when we need them, and to save me leveling them in the future. Having a healer at max level is always very, very useful, since I can actually heal competently. Tanking not so much, which is why I haven't even started on leveling Gunbreaker yet. But anyway, yes, we'll leave it there. Thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.